Good morning. Mr Castleton.
No, please, Your Honour. My name's Castleton. I appear with my learned friends, Ms Ward of Senior Counsel and Mr Wilcox, assisting, Your Honour.
Thank you. We'll just take other appearances, please.
Your Honour, Newton, I appear with Ms Woodland on behalf of the Commissioner of the Rural Fire Service and the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales.
Thank you, Mr Newton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Single, and I appear with Ms Avery Williams for New South Wales Parks and Wildlife Service.
Thank you, Ms Single.
Your Honour, Searle, initial A, I appear for the affected residents around Mount Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Searle.
I believe that concludes appearances, Your Honour. If it's appropriate, I propose to make some opening remarks. This is the resumption of Your Honour's inquiry into two strategic backburns implemented by firefighting authorities in 2019 under the control and direction of the Rural Fire Service. These two strategic backburns have been selected from amongst a large number that were conducted across the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Some strategic backburns of small scale were authorised and conducted by incident controllers at ground level. Other strategic backburns implemented in regions subject to a Section 44 declaration under the Bushfires Act required authorisation from an incident management team based many kilometres away from the fire edge. In either case, the basic question arose as to how to introduce more fire in an effort to manage wildfire. Your Honour, context is important. Estimates suggest there were approximately 11,770 fire incidents across the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Approximately 2,360 bushfires were reported to the New South Wales Police, along with thousands reported to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Approximately 96 fires were reported to the State Coroner by New South Wales Police, consistent with bushfire reporting requirements then in force. A brief of evidence was prepared for each of the fires reported to Your Honour. Briefs were then reviewed and Your Honour determined that 43 fires should proceed to a hearing, initially focus upon the cause and origin of the relevant fire. These were termed Stage 1 hearings. Of the 43 fires that proceeded to a Stage 1 hearing, Your Honour later determined that 16 would go on to be subject to a Stage 2 hearing. These hearings have been selected in order to focus upon specific systemic matters that were seen to arise across one or more of the Stage 1 hearings and which are worthy of further investigation. Thus, fires subject to a Stage 2 hearing have operated as case studies to provide a factual matrix underpinning wider themes. This Stage 2 hearing builds upon the extensive work of the final report of the Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements, the final report of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry, and the Senate Finance and Public Administration Reference Committee report. In particular, Your Honour, the focus of this Stage 2 hearing is upon the use of two strategic backburns. The first will be referred to in these proceedings as the Gross Valley Mount Wilson Fire. This was the result of a backburn implemented on 14 December 2019 to the west of Mount Wilson Road and north of the Bells Line of Road in Mount Wilson by firefighting authorities under the control and direction of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. This strategy was implemented in response to the Gospers Mountain Fire burning to the north. The strategic backburn spotted to the east of Mount Wilson Road and impacted upon properties in Mount Wilson and went on to impact communities around Bilpin the next day, 15 December 2019, and in the subsequent days. The ensuing fire crossed the Gross River on 19 December 2019. On 20 December 2019, this extension of the Gospers Mountain Fire south of the Gross River was annexed to the Blue Mountains Incident Management Team and was named the Gross Valley Mount Wilson Fire. On 21 December 2019, multiple homes were destroyed in Lithgow, Clarence, Bell, Dargan, Bilpin and Currawong. On 22 December 2019, the Grose Valley Fire impacted upon over 50 homes in Blackheath. On 31 December 2019, a backburn in Blackheath escaped and destroyed several lodges in the Jimbirinja Eco Lodge at the end of Evans Lookout Road in Blackheath. Fortuitously, the fire was contained by the end of the day with the assistance of water bucketing helicopters, large air tankers and remote area firefighters. The Grose Valley Fire was recorded as contained by 2 January 2020 and the Section 44 declaration was revoked on 19 January 2020 and the fire was declared out on 4 February 2020. The second fire to be the subject of evidence in this stage 2 hearing is referred to as the Currawong cluster backburn. The Currawong cluster of fires refers to a number of fires which were merged or managed with several other fires known by different names across several local government boundaries. These were the Currawong State Forest Fire, which burned across the Shoalhaven, Urubadala, Queanbeyan, Palerang, Goulburn, Mullawaree and Wingecarribee local government areas. This fire is believed to have commenced following a lightning strike, which was recorded late in the evening of 25 November 2019 in a gully of densely forested bushland within the Currawong State Forest. Next, the Charlie's Forest Fire, Monga National Park in the Queanbeyan Palerang local government area. Next, the Clyde Mountain Bushfire in the Urubadala local government area. This fire likely originated from the Currawong Fire as it crossed the Clyde River in the vicinity of East Lynn, possibly as a result of multiple spot fires emanating from ember attack. Next, the Moreton Bushfire in the Wingecarribee and Goulburn Mullawaree local government areas. This fire was likely a continuation of the Currawong Fire as it burnt far to the north of the likely original area of origin. And finally, the Tianjara Bushfire or Braidwood Road Fire, which commenced in the Shoalhaven local government area. This fire commenced 4 days earlier than the Currawong Fire, after which it was merged into the Currawong Fire. Focusing now on the fire that ignited in the Currawong State Forest, early access to the fireground was hindered by the fire's location in a remote gully and air attack options were limited due to resourcing restrictions, weather conditions and extreme fire behaviour in the early stages of the fire. A Section 44 declaration was made on 27 November 2019 with a multi-agency incident management team, or IMT, thereafter managing the response to the Currawong Fire. As part of its response, the IMT implemented an Eastern containment strategy. One of the matters to be explored at this hearing is whether this was itself part of a longer-term plan established in earlier years and to be brought into play if a fire of significant magnitude threatened communities to the east of the Princes Highway. The Eastern Containment Strategy included constructing and or maintaining 108 kilometres of containment lines along the Princes Highway from Nowra Hill in the north to Milton in the south in an attempt to contain fire to the west of the highway. A significant escalation in fire behaviour on the 21st of December 2019 saw the Eastern Containment Strategy implemented on 24 December 2019 with a view to containing the fire within boundaries until significant rainfall could assist in extinguishing the fire. The plan was for crews to fall back to property and asset protection when conditions necessitated, and then progressed to close containment when weather and other conditions permitted. As part of the Eastern Containment Strategy, backburns were implemented in the area around Porters Creek Road, Yatti Yatta. The central focus of Your Honour's inquiry in the Currawong Fire is the events of 30 to 31 December 2019 as backburns were conducted in this area. In short, Your Honour, on 30 December 2019, Backburning operations as part of the Eastern Containment Strategy continued in Yatta Yatta and surrounding areas including along Porters Creek Road, Pointers Gap Road, Martin Ridge Road, Round Hill and Golden Flats Road. Extreme weather conditions and strong winds were predicted for early on the 31st of December 2019. On the 31st of December, weather conditions deteriorated significantly with strong, hot winds and sharp increases in temperature by 9:30 a.m. At 9:45 a.m, fires broke containment lines and went on to impact Conjola, Yatta Yatta, Fisherman's Paradise, Bendalong and Sussex Inlet, with devastating effect and, tragically, loss of life. The Gross Valley, Mount Wilson Strategic Backburn and the Currawong Fire Strategic Backburn will now be the subject of some closer consideration. Your Honour has determined that the following issues will be explored during this Stage 2 hearing. Strategies to control the spread of fire. Context drawn from the final report of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. First, what terminology is used around backburns? Example, backburns versus hazard reduction burns, strategic backburns versus tactical backburns, offensive versus defensive strategies. Secondly, what early suppression efforts, such as aerial attacks, were used in an effort to keep small fires across the 2019-2020 season. Thirdly, who has responsibility for decision-making about backburns in circumstances where a declaration is in force pursuant to Section 44 of the Bushfires Act? Coming now to backburning, Gross Valley, Mount Wilson fire. First, what containment strategies were considered to control the spread of the southern edge of the Gospers Mountain fire in the period up to 12 December 2019, and how did such strategies fit within the wider context of responding to other fire edges for the Gospers Mountain fire, along with other fires burning within the state of New South Wales? Secondly, what prompted a change in the Southern Containment Strategy on 13 December 2019, and was the change reasonable in the circumstances? Thirdly, how was the Southern Containment Strategy implemented on 14 December 2019, including timing, ignition pattern, resources and monitoring, and what led to the initial introduction of fire to the east of Mount Wilson Road? Coming now to backburning as it relates to the Currawong cluster. First, what containment strategies were considered to control the easterly spread of the Currawong fire in the period up to 29 December 2019? And how did such strategies fit within the wider context of responding to other fire edges for the Currawong cluster of fires, along with other fires burning within the state of New South Wales? Secondly, should the Eastern Containment Line strategy have been varied in light of predicted weather conditions for the 30th and 31st of December and the resources available to execute the strategy? Thirdly, how was the Eastern Containment Line strategy implemented on the 30th to the 31st of December in the vicinity of Porters Creek Road, Yatta Yatta, including timing, ignition pattern, resources and monitoring, and what was the result? The next topic for consideration is the response to recommendations made from the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. First, what, if any, response has there been to the following recommendations from the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry? Recommendation 47 from that inquiry is in these terms: that in order to enhance firefighting strategies in severe conditions, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service implement the following in respect to backburning. A, establish protocols for each category, tactical and strategic, within their operational and training doctrine. These protocols should include lessons learnt from the 2019-2020 season. B, modify ICON to implement the capability to record all backburns, including whether or not they break containment lines. C, when fire conditions are approaching severe or above, an independent review must be undertaken at state operations level before strategic backburns are implemented. And D, where there is significant concern within a community regarding a backburn, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service should undertake a community engagement session with affected residents to discuss the backburn, including any investigation and relevant findings. Your Honour, recommendation 48 of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry is in these terms: that government commission further research on the potential risks and benefits of backburning during severe, extreme and catastrophic conditions and/or in particular terrain, and that the New South Wales Rural Fire Service use this research to inform future backburning protocols and training. Finally, Your Honour will consider whether it is otherwise necessary or desirable for Your Honour to make recommendations pursuant to Section 82 of the Coroners Act in relation to any matter connected with these fire inquiries. Can I move now, Your Honour, to matters of terminology? There are various terms used by different people at different points in the evidence to describe different strategies using fire to fight fire. It is important to be clear at the outset of this hearing about what particular terms mean and how they are used in context. The Australasian Fire and Emergency Service Authorities Council, or AFAC, is the Australian and New Zealand National Council for Fire and Emergency Services. Its website states it has 33 members as of January of this year, including Fire and Rescue New South Wales, the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales, the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. AFAC's Rural and Land Management Group put out a bushfire glossary dated January of 2012, which is publicly accessible on their website. Its stated aim is to facilitate a greater understanding by using common language between bushfire and land management agencies, and support organisations involved in prevention of, preparedness for, response to and recovery from bushfires. It is appropriate that the definitions within the AFAC glossary are used in the course of this hearing because they are the definitions also used by Mr Jeff Conway, Principal Consultant, Crossbow Consulting Services. Mr Conway has provided 3 expert reports to Your Honour concerning the appropriateness of the containment strategies devised and implemented as the Grosse Valley, Mount Wilson and the Currawong strategic backburns. Adopting the AFAC terminology as used by Mr Conway, the following concepts will be explored during the evidence. Direct attack means a method of fire attack where wet or dry firefighting techniques are used. It involves suppression action right on the fire edge, which then becomes the fire line. Parallel attack means the method of fire suppression in which fire line is constructed approximately parallel to and just far enough from the fire edge to enable workers and equipment to work effectively through the fire line, may be shortened by cutting across unburned bays. The intervening strip of unburned fuel is normally burned out as the control line proceeds, but may be allowed to burn out unassisted where this occurs without undue delay or threat to the fire line. Indirect attack means a method of suppression in which the control line is located some considerable distance away from the fire's active edge. Generally done in the case of a fast-spreading or high-intensity fire, and to utilise natural or constructed fire breaks or fuel breaks and favourable breaks in the topography. The intervening fuel is usually back-burnt, but occasionally the main fire is allowed to burn to the line, depending on conditions. Defensive strategy means a firefighting strategy used where the protection of life and assets is a priority when a fire is 1. Located in inaccessible or remote locations, or 2. Too intense to be safely or effectively attacked directly. Your Honour, for completeness, the AFAC provides the following additional definitions. Backburn in the Australian context. A fire started intentionally along the inner edge of a fire line during indirect attack operations to consume fuel in the path of a bushfire. Fire line, a natural or constructed barrier or treated fire edge used in fire suppression and prescribed burning to limit the spread of fire. Prescribed burning means the controlled application of fire under specified environmental conditions to a predetermined area and at the time, intensity and rate of spread required to attain planned resource management objectives. The AFAC's definition of hazard reduction redirects the reader back to the definition of fuel management, which is defined as modification of fuels by prescribed burning or other means. Included at tab 68 of the Gross Valley Brief of Evidence is Operational Protocol 1.2.20, Operational Protocol for Backburning, prepared by the Operations Directorate of the New South Wales RFS, which was last reviewed in August of 2022 to align with the redesigned Australian Fire Danger Rating System program being rolled out in the following month, that is September of last year. Importantly, Your Honour, this protocol was prepared in consultation with key RFS Incident Management Team personnel involved in the 2019-2020 bushfire season. That particular protocol includes the following definitions. Backburning refers to using fire on an area of land ahead of a bushfire's progress to remove fuel from between an established control line, natural or constructed, and the going fire edge. Backburning is a technique which may be used in an offensive bushfire fighting strategy under the tactics of parallel attack or indirect attack. Depending on their scale and objective, backburns are classed as either strategic or tactical. Coming now, if I may, Your Honour, to strategic backburning, in the relevant protocol, it means is used as one of the primary means to halt the main fire or to secure the spread of parts of a fire. It is proactive, generally conducted over a larger area than tactical backburning, and may involve implementing burns of hundreds of metres up to kilometres in length and depth. Strategic backburning is planned and informed by a range of personnel, including fireground commanders, members with local knowledge, and fire behaviour analysts, and is usually part of the plan in the incident action plan. It is carefully coordinated, suitably resourced, and must only be conducted with approval from the incident controller. Strategic backburns usually increase the effective area that is involved in fire. Coming to the definition of tactical backburning under the relevant protocol, is used to protect specific assets or for other small-scale purposes. It is conducted at a small scale, often within limits of the OIC's visibility. It is conducted at the discretion of field commanders and or brigade and group officers, often reactively, and is not usually contained in the incident action plan. It must not interfere with other firefighting operations and is generally conducted under orders from the officer in charge of the area which it will affect. Tactical backburns do not usually influence the overall fire path or progression of the fire. Coming next to the definition of burning out. Under the relevant protocol, it means a technique where fire is intentionally lit to consume sections of unburned fuel inside a fire area, to remove patches of fuel in case of spotting or fire flare-ups in anticipated deteriorating weather conditions. Its conditions are similar to tactical back burning. The relevant protocol states that it is extremely important that all members understand the difference between these types of backburns. A backburn that cannot be easily controlled by the appliances present and that will notably contribute to growth of the overall fire area should always be considered strategic, not tactical. The New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry described hazard reduction or prescribed burning as preventative measures which takes place in the absence of a specific fire threat. It contrasted backburning as undertaken after a fire has started as a containment method to reduce its spread, severity and/or intensity. Your Honour, it is important to keep in mind this difference between hazard reduction burns versus back burning. Can I just touch upon briefly the general overview from the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry? The New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry noted most large-scale bushfires during the 2019-2020 season were successfully contained using back burning. However, some backburns did not work as intended. Instead of stopping the fire, fire escaped identified containment lines. The New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry noted, and I quote, "There were highly polarised views on backburning from the community and firefighters. In some communities, there was a strong feeling that more backburning should have been done to contain the fires. In other communities, particularly those where backburns broke containment lines, people were understandably angry and upset and questioned why the backburns had been carried out in severe fire danger conditions." End quotes. These opposing positions might, Your Honour, with respect, each carry force. The fact that opposing positions can be strongly held highlights, on one view, how complex the issues around the use of strategic backburns can be. Complex problems are rarely solved through simple measures. Another important issue raised by the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry was the need to improve record keeping around authorised backburns. Your Honour, this is highlighted in the following extract from the New South Wales Bushfire Report, which is on screen and may need to be enlarged. I can direct Your Honour's attention to the table towards the end of the document. For present purposes, two matters are emphasised via this extract from the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. First, these figures emphasise just how many authorised backburns were conducted across the bushfire season. Secondly, the incident action plan system was then largely paper-based, although some incident action plans, or IAPs, were entered onto ICON. This was important because if the RFS were not capturing and recording in ICON all relevant information that had gone into planning a strategic backburn, this would hinder the ability to review the decision-making after the event in an effort to learn from the experience. Given the public scrutiny of backburns that breach containment lines and may result in the loss of life and or property, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry found that it is essential that the RFS maintain robust records of all backburns that are undertaken and make appropriate modifications of ICON to implement this. This is also relevant in the context of informing messages which may be conveyed to the public in the lead up to a backburn and in upholding the confidence of the community in being able to access point-in-time operational records, particularly incident action plans following a backburn. Returning, if I may, Your Honour, to the findings of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. The inquiry reviewed research that demonstrated that the introduction of more fire into the landscape while an extreme bushfire is active has the potential to result in further escalation of fire. Backburning during extreme intensity fires accompanied by strong pyrogenic winds and other fire atmosphere interactions can greatly increase the associated risks and as such may fail to achieve the desired result. In such circumstances, backburning may, in fact, worsen the fire's impact in some particular areas. Conversely, however, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry also observed that whilst some backburns may have been successful in preventing more widespread damage from occurring, this does not console those who lost property as a result. Accordingly, in light of the fact that extreme fire conditions are likely to be more frequent in the future, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry advised that further research is needed into the potential risks and benefits of backburning during severe, extreme and catastrophic conditions to inform the RFS's future backburning protocols and training. Moving on from the need to better understand the use of backburns in severe, extreme and catastrophic conditions, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry considered an administrative mechanism in place in 2019-2020 by which decisions around backburns could be referred for further scrutiny. Under that mechanism, incident controllers could raise an issue for adjudication by a more senior officer, for example, at the state operations level. But according to the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry, such a formal appeal process could be impractical given the time, sensitivity and complexity of fire operations. In light of the heightened risk that backburning presents in severe, extreme or catastrophic conditions, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry recommended a process of reviewing planned strategic backburns before they are undertaken. This would involve the identification of suitably qualified officers not involved in the local incident management team to carry out an independent review of the appropriateness of the planned backburn. It's not surprising that the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry emphasised the review should consider the likelihood of success of the strategy along with the risk and consequence of failure. This formed part of Recommendation 47, to which I quoted earlier, namely, that in order to enhance firefighting strategies in severe conditions, the New South Wales RFS implements the following in respect of backburning. And it's subparagraph C, which is relevant. When fire conditions are approaching severe or above, an independent review must be undertaken at state operations level before strategic backburns are implemented. In response, the RFS operational protocol for backburning, to which I've already referred, now provides that when a strategic backburn is being considered and the fire behaviour index in the 36 hours from the time of the burn exceeds or is forecast to exceed 50, the incident controller must contact the Major Incident Coordination Desk or State Duty Operations Officer to request an independent review be conveyed by officers approved by the State Operations Controller. Following the provision of the required information, the independent review is convened by the State Operations Controller, who consults suitable officers, such as a fire behaviour analyst, and ultimately advises the incident controller if the strategic backburn plan is supported or not. This operational protocol for backburning, Your Honour, as I mentioned earlier, is contained behind tab 68 of the Gross Valley Brief of Evidence. Your Honour is expected to hear further evidence as to the current pathways for review of RFS decision-making around strategic backburns in severe, extreme or catastrophic conditions. Additionally, the RFS response to recommendation 47 of the Bushfire inquiry confirmed that the ICON operational system will be upgraded to enable recording of backburns. This seems to be in addition to the capacity for backburns to be recorded in ICON's Intel module. Your Honour might anticipate evidence during this hearing as to whether ICON is now consistently being used in this way, how it is being used and whether that has proved useful in later fire seasons. Similarly, the Court might anticipate evidence as to the use of the independent review protocol prior to a strategic backburn being implemented. Noting, of course, that the bushfire seasons that followed the 2019-2020 season have thankfully not involved conditions to rival those experienced across much of the state in 2019 and 2020. Moving, if I may, to events post-fires, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry recommended that where there is widespread concern within a community after a backburn has been conducted, the RFS should offer to undertake a community consultation or information session with affected residents to discuss the backburn and any investigation undertaken and relevant findings. The inquiry noted this had occurred in respect of the backburn affecting the Conjola and surrounding areas. Your Honour, this is not to suggest that community members will necessarily agree with one another, let alone with the RFS decision-making. Minds will no doubt continue to differ, but the focus of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry recommendation seems to be upon sharing the information that informed the decision-making in context. The New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry concluded its discussion of backburning by noting that to simply eliminate the use of backburns would remove a highly effective technique from the firefighting toolkit in circumstances where the technique is regularly conducted without incident to protect a high number of lives and properties in the direct path of active fires that may not otherwise be capable of being controlled through other direct or indirect firefighting techniques. Mr. Conway, expert witness, agreed with this proposition in the course of providing his expert opinion. Moving now to recommendation 48 from the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. Your Honour will recall this was focused around continued research on the potential risks and benefits of backburning during severe, extreme and catastrophic conditions. The RFS response was to confirm New South Wales RFS and DPE to continue to support the University of Wollongong's New South Wales Bushfire Risk Management Research Hub and include backburning into the research program. In this regard, Your Honour, the University of Wollongong provided a draft report to the RFS that evaluated backburning undertaken in response to 7 fires during the 2019-2020 season. Those assisting Your Honour understand that the RFS is currently evaluating the draft report, which is contained at tab 81 of the Gross Valley Brief of Evidence. Neither the Gross Valley Mount Wilson nor the Currawong strategic backburns were subject to this analysis, but the report is of significant relevance to Your Honour's inquiry because of the stated objectives of the study. The University of Wollongong study has as its objectives the following. First, to understand and document the available data to categorise backburns as strategic or tactical and analyse their fates. Secondly, to explore methods of quantitative analysis of backburn data. Thirdly, to document how many backburns occurred during the 2019-2020 bushfire season and what their fate was. And finally, to understand the weather conditions under which backburns tend to be successful or unsuccessful according to their stated objective. RFS analysts selected 7 bushfires from the 2019-2020 season that represented the range of sizes and conditions experienced during the season. Although the draft report draws from a relatively small sample size, it nonetheless includes a number of potentially relevant findings, including, first, the incident action plans do not routinely incorporate reference to strategic backburns despite the fact they are commonly used. And secondly, the distinction between strategic and tactical backburns was rarely made within the documentation. Approximately half of the backburns analysed by the University of Wollongong as having occurred in response to the 7 fires that were investigated were on the final fire perimeter. This suggested those backburns actually contained a fire that otherwise would have spread further. About a quarter of backburns were beyond the final fire perimeter, meaning the fire never reached them. The authors of the report were careful to suggest fire agencies should aim to reduce this figure because of the delicate trade-off between implementing a backburn, which proves not to be useful, against the risk of major impact if it is not implemented. About a quarter of the backburns considered in the University of Wollongong study were overrun by fire. The authors advised it is hard to judge whether this is a reasonable outcome because tactical backburns are expected to be overrun. The authors noted there is a trade-off between implementing a backburn which has a high risk of being overrun against the great benefit if the backburn is in fact successful in suppressing the fire. The authors also noted the lack of documentation defining burns as either strategic or tactical hampered the interpretation of these results. This, Your Honour, echoes the findings of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. The report identified that backburns which did not stop fires, that is, they merely slowed or had no effect on the fire, tended to occur in conditions with a higher Forest Fire Danger Index, or FFDI, rating than that which existed for backburns which did stop fires. However, there was a wide range of FFDI values across the backburns studied, meaning the authors could not confidently predict FFDI thresholds that might lead to low or high risk of escape. The authors attributed the variation in FFDI values within each backburn result type to the many possible reasons which might impact upon success or failure of a specific backburn. That is, the FFDI was not the only variable. Matters such as fuel load and topography would be of obvious relevance in this respect. The University of Wollongong study therefore recommended further research into this area, including extending their examination to more fires in view of the current sample being small and perhaps not representative of the entire 2019-2020 season. Can I come now, Your Honour, to the Grose Valley Mount Wilson Southern Containment Strategy. The first subheading is Plan. The Gospers Mountain Fire is believed to have originated as a result of a lightning strike to a tree, or perhaps 2 trees, in remote bushland in the Wallamai National Park on the 26th of October 2019. Your Honour, this was many kilometres north of the communities that border the Blue Mountains National Park, but the Gospers Mountain Fire burnt in excess of 500,000 hectares making it the largest single forest fire in Australian recorded history. So the fire came to impact upon communities who might never have even heard of Gospers Mountain, much less anticipated that a fire commencing on Gospers Mountain would eventually threaten their own livelihoods and lives. A preemptive Section 44 declaration was made on the evening of 11 December 2019 in anticipation of forecasted catastrophic conditions for the following day. A multi-agency incident management team was set up for the Hawkesbury region. On 12 November 2019, the forecasted conditions eventuated, with the Gospers Mountain fire doubling in size to 56,000 hectares with a perimeter of 170 kilometres. The fire was seen to spread in the direction of all points of the compass. The sheer speed of the fire overwhelmed efforts to contain it. It became clear that extensive planning would need to be undertaken to form an overall containment strategy to fight the Gospers Mountain fire and protect communities in the predicted path of its spread. The Hawkesbury Incident Management Team determined to implement a southern containment strategy. This involved securing containment lines extending from Upper Colo in the east through Bilpin, Itchenstoke, Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell in the south to Newness and a number of smaller vulnerable communities in the west. And I'll just have displayed, if I may, Your Honour, a copy of that concept of a southern containment strategy. And we'll see in the top right there is Colo Heights. And if we move down the southerly direction, Your Honour, we'll see Bilpin is the next point, and if one then tracks from right to left, Your Honour, we'll see Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell. That continues along to Lithgow, and then from Lithgow one tracks up to Newness Plateau and then to Newness. It was in this context, Your Honour, that a backburn anchored off the intersection of the Bells line of road and Mount Wilson Road was identified as a critical component of the wider strategy, that is the southern containment strategy. The IMT bore in mind that the area in and around Mount Wilson had experienced reasonably frequent fire history. Major recent events occurred in 1994, 2006 on the southern side of Bell's line of road, and in 2013, which was known as the State Mine Fire. In relation to that fire, on 17 October 2013, the State Mine Fire ran over 30 kilometres in approximately 9 hours, under strong winds from near Oakey Park, just outside Lithgow, to the north of Mount Tootie. Along the way, it impacted Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine, resulting in property losses. This fire demonstrated the potential for the Gospers Mountain fire to run through the landscape and vegetation type with extreme rates of spread. Your Honour will see now on screen a line scan depicting the rate of fire spread for the State Mine Fire on 13 October, so 17 October 2019, 13 I should say. So, in a 9-hour period, it's progressed approximately 30 kilometres in an eastward direction. Your Honour, there were also 25-year-old fuels in the head of Bowen Creek, which is to the south of Mount Wilson and north of Bell's line of road, which presented an extreme risk of fire crossing Bell's line of road and into the Grose Valley. Your Honour will see the identity of Bowens Creek on screen now. Are you able to move the cursor in that area where the cursor is? Long-range forecasts issued in early December 2019 predicted very little to no rain. Accordingly, the Hawkesbury IMT placed no weight on the possibility of the Gospers Mountain fire being contained by significant rainfall in the near future. They instead anticipated that the Gospers Mountain fire would grow and threaten communities and assets in its path. Due to the lack of rainfall, soil dryness, fuel conditions, and having learned from experience of other fires earlier in this extraordinary fire season, the IMT concluded that more conventional natural containment options, such as the use of rivers, canyons, fire trails and hand tool lines, could not be relied upon to effectively suppress the Gospers Mountain fire. This was apparently underscored by a line scan on 5 December 2019, which showed a significant fire crossing over the Wollongambel River. And that should come up on the screen now, Your Honour. Your Honour sees a line scan which was taken at 2:28 p.m. on the 5th of December 2019. The Wollongambel River was traditionally seen, Your Honour, as a containment option, but it had not contained Gospers Mountain fire. As at 5 December 2019, the Gospers Mountain fire was estimated to be 7 kilometres north of Mount Tootie and 10 kilometres north-northeast of Mount Irvine, with, according to the IMT, no suitable existing opportunities for containment. There was just over 60 kilometres of fire front stretching from Colo Heights west to Eunice, which can be seen in this line scan, Your Honour, taken at about 7:08 p.m. on the 4th of December 2019. Accordingly, the IMT went on to consider alternate hard containment options, as well as the possibility of falling back to implement bare property defence or the use of RAFT teams, that is remote area firefighting teams. Ultimately, the IMT identified the Northern Line approach to be the most appropriate with respect to protecting Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine and Bell. A backburn had been put in north of Mount Lagoon, which created an effective zone to protect townships from the easternmost section of Bilpin. However, Your Honour, fire was continuing to extend towards Mount Tootie. The need to burn around Mount Tootie and continue further west was becoming critical. It was also imperative that burning also continue west past Mount Wilson and Bell to north of Clarence and Dargan, as the fire was extending south towards Lithgow in the west. Protecting these communities was reliant upon completing the southern containment line between Bilpin and Eunice Plateau. The Northern Line strategy, or the Northern Line, involved implementing a backburn on the northern side of Mount Irvine and Mount Wilson, utilising Mount Irvine Road and Bowen Creek Road. The backburn would extend from Bilpin and Mount Tootie east and west around the mountains, then south along the western side of Mount Wilson Road to Bell's Line of Road, then west along the northern side of Bell's Line of Road to Bell. I'll just have displayed for Your Honour's benefit two Google Earth maps The first one is a view of the Bowens Creek Road, at Mount Irvine Road. Then if we magnify that, we'll have a better understanding of the general location and also the nature of the topography, which I'll come to in due course. Returning to the relevant strategy, it had been implemented previously in 2013 during the State Mine Fire and in 1994. Further, it eliminated the need to burn along the complex geometry of Bell's Line of Road and, importantly, Your Honour, the 25-year-old fuels in the Upper Bowen Creek catchment, which had last burnt in 1994. It was anticipated 3 or 4 days would be required to successfully execute the burn. The execution of this backburn was contingent on the southern perimeter of the main fire, that is the Gospers Mountain Fire, progressing south of a point identified as the 99 northern grid line, or the 99 parallel. This trigger was approximately 9 kilometres north of Mount Wilson, between Bell's Line of Road in the west and Tootie Creek in the east. The 99 northern grid line is identified on this map, Your Honour, by way of the horizontal black line. That was the trigger in relation to the progression of the southern edge of the Gospers Mountain Fire. As at 9 December 2019, the fire was approximately 4.5 kilometres north of Mount Tootie. And Your Honour will see that in this next display. That's the southern edge of the Mount Gospers Fire as at 9 December. Your Honour sees the relevant townships to which I've referred. By 11 December, 2 days later, firefighters had extended backburning operations from Bilpin towards Itchenstoke along Mount Tootie Road. That same day, a discussion took place between the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains incident management teams and local RFS brigade representatives. The forecast that evening identified a potential window of favourable conditions on 15 December after a predicted southerly change had moved through the area. At that stage, 18 and 19 December were noted to be hot and potentially dry, but wind direction and strength was uncertain. Your Honour will see a map displayed showing the location of the closest automatic weather stations to the intersection of the Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road, including Marangaroo and Mount Boyce automatic weather stations, as well as a number of RFS portable automatic weather stations deployed in the area. On 12 December, Your Honour, 2019, light rain, somewhere between 2 to 2.5 millimetres, was received across the Mount Wilson and Barrambing areas and approximately 6 millimetres at Mount Tootie overnight. Test burns were unsuccessful and conditions halted the backburn being taken further west along Mount Tootie Road. A decision was made to focus on consolidating containment lines by blacking out, mopping up and patrolling active edges as required. This particular map depicts points at which backburning operations had been put on hold. along Mount Tootie Road. Forecasts issued on 13 December clarified the impending weather for the following week, relevantly including improvement in the forecast for 14 December, deterioration for 16 December, significant fire weather on 18 and 19 December, and another significant fire day on 21 December. Discussions again took place that afternoon between the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains IMTs and local Rural Fire Brigade representatives. The original plan was to start lighting at the Mount Wilson Township near Defers Lookout and then to light down to Bell's Line of Road. However, given there had been some rainfall in that location, the consensus was that an alternative strategy needed to be identified. That shows the relative elevation between Mount Wilson on the right-hand side, then to the Bells Line of Road. That the blue arrow indicates the lowest elevation for the relevant area. The incident management team ultimately decided to commence the burn around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine on 14 December 2019 at the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bells Line of Road, progressing in a westerly and northerly direction, as lighting up at Mount Wilson was not possible due to the damp fuels. By the time the backburn reached Mount Wilson, the IMT considered the fuels would not have dried out sufficiently to enable the backburn to progress around the north of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. The backburn would then be linked to previously completed backburns to the north of Bilpin. Your Honour will see there, if we can just magnify that and come down a little bit to the intersection of Bells Line of Road with Mount Wilson Road. Your Honour will see the general area of the intended backburn. Your Honour will recall having visited this site with those assisting Your Honour, led by the officer in charge, Detective Sergeant Laura Harvey, followed by Defers Lookout near Mount Wilson Fire Station. This particular strategy was believed to provide several advantages, including A, avoiding moisture fuels further north towards Mount Irvine and allowing burning to be more effective and to progress faster. B, allowing progression towards Bell, Clarence and Dargan to expedite protection of those townships. C, providing protection to Mount Wilson earlier in the event of a traditional run of fire under northwesterly conditions. And D, providing a deeper buffer between the main fire, that is Gospers Mountain Fire, and the area bounded by Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Bowen Creek, Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road, which had not been burnt, as I said earlier, for 25 years and represented a significant risk to maintain fire north of the Bells Line of Road. Some local stakeholders were reportedly anxious for the backburn to be implemented before the agreed trigger was reached, that's the 99 northing. Further, the proposed anchor point was not at the most elevated point. Mount Wilson was at 100 metres elevation to the intersection, Your Honour recalls the map that was displayed a moment ago. And there was a risk of the two lighting parties pushing each other along and advancing the fire faster than was desirable. Whilst those concerns were noted, the IMT concluded that if the backburn was anchored further north, there was a high potential that fuel moistures would prevent or hinder ignition and result in a patchy burn or insufficient depth to provide the necessary protection. Coming now to the question of resources. The strategic backburn that breached containment lines on the 14th of December 2019 was being executed in the Bell Division. This map, Your Honour, identifies that the Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road were broken into various sectors. For our purposes, the backburn had not progressed beyond the Dalpura sector along Bells Line of Road and the October sector on Mount Wilson Road. Key personnel for the Gosper Mountain Fire from the Hawkesbury IMT and around this time included Karen Hodges, RFS, the Incident Controller, Chris Banfi, National Parks and Wildlife Service, the Air Attack Supervisor on 14 December 2019. He was deployed in Aero Logistics Aircraft FB or Firebird 287, tasked by the RFS, and Peter Jones and Kenneth Pullen, RFS Assistant Planning Officers. Key personnel specific to the Bell Division included James Carter, RFS Bell Division Commander. Mr. Carter was posted at the intersection of the two roads in the communications vehicle. Craig Burley, RFS Bell Division Operations Officer. Mr. Burley says his role was to act in that capacity between both sectors and report back to Mr. Carter, who would then communicate back to the Hawkesbury IMT based at Wilberforce. Elizabeth Rains, RFS, originally October sector leader, leading local crews of Mount Tomah, Bell and Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine. This amounted to 4 strike teams. Later in these opening remarks, Your Honour, it will be explained that this sector was split into 2 subsectors by Mr. Carter, namely October North and October South, around the arrival of the swing shift or relieving strike team. This led to Ms. Rains taking charge of the October North sector. This sector went to the Mount Wilson Township to create an anchor point burning to the south, which would eventually meet with October South. It is relevant to note that Ms. Rains was a captain of the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine RFS since 2008 and had been volunteering in the area for the RFS since 1999. It appears that Mr. Peter Ellison, formerly captain of the Mount Tomah RFS Brigade, was temporarily allocated as October South leader and later handed over leadership to Daniel Gerzanix, captain of the Hills RFS district, who was part of that swing shift to which I just referred, Your Honour. And then, of course, Your Honour, there was Mr. Greg Honeysett, RFS Bell captain, was the Dalpura sector leader in charge of the 2 out-of-area strike teams. The State Operations Overview on the morning of 14 December 2019 relevantly recorded 104 current bushfire and grass fires, 14 Section 44 declarations still in operation. So Your Honour, this will give you some context as to what was happening more generally around the state of New South Wales as at 14 December 2019. 1,284 field personnel deployed on that day, 338 appliances deployed on that day, and 103 aircraft deployed on that day across the state of New South Wales. Post-incident analysis identified that 19 crews were assigned to the Bell Division during the day shift and on swing shift, including 3 New South Wales RFS strike teams from the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains RFS districts, 2 out-of-area strike teams, 1 Fire and Rescue New South Wales strike team, and a number of bulk water carriers. 8 planned aircraft were allocated to the Bell Division throughout the day, that is the 14th of December, and evening, and a further 5 unplanned aircraft were available to call upon. Coming now, if I may, Your Honour, to execution. Your Honour, this week Your Honour will hear from some of the witnesses involved on the ground as the strategic backburn was implemented and ultimately spotted to the east of Mount Wilson Road. Their evidence will be important in understanding what happened on the day. The chronology that follows is largely drawn from the contemporaneous records of the RFS and witness statements. The Bells and Bilpin Division subplan for 14 December 2019 detailed that the October sector crews were to commence the backburn northward from Bell's Line of Road on Mount Wilson Road and southward from Defer's Track. The Dalpura sector crews were to commence the backburn westward along Bell's Line of Road. The crews in both sectors, that is October and Dalpura, were to aggressively mop up to a minimum of 30 metres. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Mr Carter delivered the operational briefing at Bilpin Memorial Hall. Both he and Mr Burley stated that a test burn was undertaken in advance of the backburn, which went well. At 9:48am, Mr Carter provided a situation report to Hawkesbury IMT advising crews were in position and confirmed he had obtained approval from Ms Hodges to proceed with the backburn. The backburn commenced shortly before 10am and reportedly progressed well under good weather conditions. As the afternoon progressed, weather conditions deteriorated. The wind swung around to the southwest and started to build, and humidity dropped to its forecasted minimum. At 11:02am, Dalpura sector was asked to slow lighting to allow October sector to remain in an appropriate relative position. At 11:09am, Chris Bamfy, Air Attack Supervisor, is recorded as having said to Mr Carter, "Get troops going up Mount Wilson Road, get more depth. When wind changes later, could Bell's Line of Road depth could come up gully later." Ms Rains, October sector leader, is recorded as having advised Mr Carter that they were trying to go as fast as possible, but suggested they were experiencing slow patches due to the more complex geometry of Mount Wilson Road. At about 11:35am, the Dalpura sector slowed down lighting to be in line with the October sector. Some 5 minutes later, Mr Banfi, Air Attack Supervisor, is recorded as having reported that Mount Wilson was progressing at the right pace. At around 12:30pm, Mr Carter advised the lighting crews in Dalpura sector, that's the Bell's Line of Road section, to stop their operations, as this sector had gotten ahead of the Mount Wilson Road sector, giving the fire the potential to have an uphill run. The crews on Mount Wilson Road were advised to closely monitor the fire edge approaching the road. As at 12:35pm, the Dalpura sectors and October sectors lighting progress was approximately 1.6 kilometres and 1.25 kilometres respectively, with a comparative ratio being 1.76 to 1. Also around this time, the swing shift strike teams had arrived on site and were tasked, and Ms Rains had a discussion with Mr Carter, which led to the division of the October sector, in line with her request to take a strike team north onto Mount Wilson to start another anchor point around Esme's Lookout, north of Defer's Rocks Road, to bring the edge south and down off the hill to meeting up with the October south, heading north. At approximately 1:25pm, the Dalpura sector recommenced lighting. As at 1:30pm, the Dalpura sector and October sector's lighting progress was approximately 2.2 kilometres and 1.75 kilometres respectively, with a comparative ratio being 1.8 to 1. Around this time, Your Honour, about 1:30pm, The October sector split into the two sectors and the swing shift teams were deployed. As the afternoon progressed, Your Honour, weather conditions further deteriorated to worse than forecasted, being warmer, drier and windier. At 1:59 p.m, Mr Banfi, the air attack supervisor, was recorded as having advised Mr Carter that while the fire was volatile, it should not cross Mount Wilson Road. At 2:17 p.m, backburning operations were ceased to mop up around the fire edges. 3 available aircraft were tasked to quieten the fire behaviour in the Dalpura sector. Mr Carter suggested in radio communications to the Hawkesbury IMT that the burns had begun to run ahead of the lighting crews, potentially influenced by both the topography and deteriorating weather conditions. This was a consequence of the burn ignited on the Bells line of road, burning along a ridge line parallel to Mount Wilson Road and then uphill through a gully to the west of Mount Wilson Road under the influence of a southwesterly wind. This, Your Honour, meant crews at that location were endeavouring to keep the burn on Mount Wilson Road ahead of this fire run. Mr Carter's instruction was to only light from Mount Wilson Road to keep in front of the burn running parallel to the road and address any spotting across Mount Wilson Road. Daniel Gazanik stated that the Hills strike team noticed the fire appeared to be coming across the Bells line of road faster than they could light in the October South sector. He stated that they requested aircraft to slow the fire down, but aircraft were not available. They attempted to get depth in to stop the fire coming through, but could not keep up. Importantly, Your Honour, at around 2:40 p.m, a member of the Glenary 1 team in the October South sector reported to Mr Gazanik's the first spot fire, which they were able to contain. It appears minutes later, at 2:42 p.m, a further spot fire was reported in that sector, that is the October South sector, approximately 2 kilometres down Mount Wilson Road, to the east of that road near Box Hill 1 team, who, with the assistance of Annangrove 7 team, went with hoses to try and contain the fire. However, the ground was inclined slightly for about 10 to 15 metres east of the road and then dropped sharply, making it too dangerous for the crews to go any further in. By about 2:47 p.m, the spot fire had grown to about 60 metres and was continuing to rapidly spread. 3 medium aircraft were deployed and were later joined by a large air tanker. However, the power lines, combined with poor visibility, made effective gel drops very difficult to achieve. At about 2:50 p.m, Mr Gazanik said he received reports of multiple spots. A decision was made for crews to leave in whatever direction their trucks were facing. Within minutes of this occurring, the fire jumped Mount Wilson Road. This map identified that relevant assets may be impacted in Mount Wilson that day and the following day at Mount Tomah if the spot fire was not suppressed. You'll see there the fire prediction map. At 3 p.m, Your Honour, Chris Banfi appeared to have advised Mr Carter that the fire was running at speed at about 1 kilometre east of Mount Wilson Road and was crowning and running along a ridge towards Mount Wilson. He stressed the need to get crews to Mount Wilson for property protection. At 3:25 p.m, Mr Carter recommended a watch and act message be broadcast for the fire to the east of Mount Wilson Road. Some 5 minutes later, the Blue Mountains IMT advised the Hawkesbury IMT that no additional resources were available to assist. At 3:46 p.m, Mr Carter advised the Hawkesbury IMT that the majority of the swing shift strike teams and the Fire and Rescue New South Wales strike team had been deployed to undertake property protection in the Mount Wilson area, with the first properties alongside the western side of Mount Wilson Road to be potentially impacted by way of direct attack within 45 minutes. At 3:49pm, Mr Carter recommended that an emergency warning be issued, which was approved by Ms Hodges. At this time, the Public Information Officer was looking for information relevant to the Watch and Act message. By 4:02pm, Mr Carter reported that there was a heavy pyrocumulus cloud developing over the top of the fire ground. At 4:06pm, Situation Report, or SITREP 411, established Emergency Warning 5. The first of 5 levels of emergency warning was issued in respect of Mountain Lagoon and Bilpin, rather than Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. This was corrected in a Situation Report issued at 4:39pm, which identified Mount Wilson as the area under threat. At 4:16pm, the first emergency alert campaign for the Mount Wilson area, comprising SMS and voice messages, commenced, which advised residents to shelter as fire approaches. A major fire update was posted by the RFS at 4:19pm, indicating fire is moving in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson. As the afternoon progressed, crews assembled at Mount Wilson defended the township from the approaching fire. The fire impacted properties along the end of Winds Rock Road. Coming to the issue of spread, during 15 December, the following day, Your Honour, the fire in the vicinity of the intersection of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road commenced a significant run to the east and spread 8.5 kilometres to the east-northeast. This resulted in structural damage and destruction to property situated in Mount Wilson, Mount Tomah, Barrambing and Bilpin in the subsequent days. On 15 December, the fire also progressed well into the Gross Valley, south of the Bells Line of Road. On 19 December 2019, the fire crossed the Gross River. On 20 December 2019, the extension of the Gospers Mountain fire south of the Gross River was annexed to the Blue Mountains Incident Management Team. From this day, the fire originating from the Mount Wilson strategic backburn became known as the Gross Valley Fire Mount Wilson. On 21 December 2019, multiple homes were destroyed in Lithgow, Clarence, Bell, Dargan, Bilpin and Currawong. On 22 December 2019, the Gross Valley Fire impacted upon over 50 homes in Blackheath. And as I said earlier, on 31 December 2019, a backburn in Blackheath, in response to the Gross Valley Fire itself, escaped and destroyed several lodges in the Jimby Ringer Eco Lodge at the end of Evans Lookout Road in Blackheath. Fortuitously, this fire was contained by the end of the day with the assistance of water bucketing helicopters, large air tankers and remote area firefighters. The Gross Valley Fire itself, Your Honour, was recorded as contained by 2 January 2020. The Section 44 declaration, as I addressed earlier, was revoked on 19 January 2020, and as I have remarked previously, on 4 February 2020, the Gross Valley Fire was declared out. Can I come now, Your Honour, some evidence of some witnesses who are likely to be called this week. Coming firstly to Elizabeth Rains. From 5 December 2019, Ms Rains' brigade was aware of a plan to implement a backburn to protect local communities once the Gosper Mountain Fire crossed 99 Northing. Ms Rains understood the plan was to burn westward from Bilpin. However, easterly winds and rainfall impeded any backburning. Ms Rains is expected to tell Your Honour that on 13 December, she became aware of a change of plan when she saw the live traffic website announcing road closures on the Bells Line of Road At 4 p.m. on that day, 13 December, during a telephone conference which included the Hawkesbury IMT, Blue Mountains Fire Control Centre, Ms Rains and others, the Hawkesbury IMT indicated a change of time and location for the back burn. Her brother Peter Rains was also on the call. He was a senior deputy captain in the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine RFS. According to the statements of Elizabeth and Peter Rains, they suggested to the IMT that the back burn should instead commence in the vicinity of Defers Rock Road, closer to the properties to be protected in the Mount Wilson area, and where the mountain could act as a buffer if the back burn got out of control. Their concern was that if the fire got into the Bowens Creek area, it would be uncontrollable and liable to jump Mount Wilson Road and Bell's Line of Road. Your Honour will see in this next map the Defers Rocks lookout, which Your Honour undertook an inspection of last year sometime. Peter Rains, Elizabeth's brother, apparently asked to host the operational briefing for the morning of 14 December at the Mount Wilson station so that the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine Brigade could impart local knowledge to out-of-area crews who were assisting. This was apparently denied. Elizabeth Rains expressed her concern about there being too many and unevenly allocated resources such that the backburn could get out of control if it was lit up too eagerly and unevenly. Ms Rains was present and in charge, as I've said earlier, of the October North sector, implementing the backburn on Mount Wilson Road, which commenced at 10 a.m. on the 14th of December. She tells the court all went well at first. As referred to earlier in these opening remarks, apparently at around 11 a.m, Air Attack Supervisor Chris Bamfy advised that the Bells Line of Road sector was lighting up faster than the Mount Wilson Road sector. This meant there was a risk that the burn put in off Bell's Line of Road could race up a gully to the unburnt section below Mount Wilson Road and ultimately breach containment. In response, the Bells Line of Road team stopped lighting up for a time to allow the Mount Wilson Road teams to catch up. Elizabeth then spoke with James Carter about taking up a team to light up from Mount Wilson and left Peter Ellison in charge. On her return, a strike team had been deployed to assist and her crews pulled out to Mount Wilson as everything appeared to be under control from that point. At about 2 p.m, her crews had a brief lunch break at the local brigade station and then redeployed to Mount Wilson as the October North sector. Elizabeth says that she heard on radio that there was a spot over on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road. The wind direction had by then changed to a southwesterly, pushing the backburn in the direction of Mount Wilson up the hill. At 3:12 p.m, Elizabeth asked a community engagement representative to email alerts to local residents. She then heard the backburn had been lost. She allocated assets to protect properties in Mount Wilson. A large air tanker, retardant drop and previous land clearing protected properties in Mount Wilson from being impacted by fire that afternoon. The wind again became favourable and things settled down. Later that night, Elizabeth's efforts to implement backburns to protect properties from fire danger were unsuccessful due to safety concerns for out-of-area crews operating on the ridge line in the dark and were further impacted by the retardant line that had been dropped earlier in the day. Efforts continued in difficult circumstances on the 15th of December. In the afternoon, the wind picked up from the southwest and the fire took a run into Mount Wilson, impacting properties, including her own house, which lost its top story due to fire damage. Overall, Elizabeth Rains recorded 3 properties in Mount Wilson were destroyed, with many more damaged and many communities impacted by the fire's further spread. In her statement, Ms Rains said she felt that if the backburn had commenced further into where she and her brother had suggested, things might have been different. But she also acknowledged, however, Who is not to say that the other side of Bell's line of road would still have taken off? Peter Rains, her brother, similarly worked hard in an effort to protect his community, even when his suggestions were not taken up. In his evidence, he acknowledged that the change of plan on the afternoon of 13 December had a lot of merit due to the increase in fire size. In particular, Peter emphasised the spread in the Lithgow-Nunes Plateau area, which he said is considered a danger zone for Mount Wilson. Nonetheless, Peter Rains felt strongly that the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine and Bell brigades would have benefited from being consulted earlier. Mr Rains said that the plan up until that point had been to continue the backburn from Mount Tootie to Mount Irvine, then on to Mount Wilson, out to Bell's line of road and then on to Bell and Clarence. He said they were not included in the initial planning phase around commencing backburning operations at the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bell's line of road. If they had been, he says they could have undertaken work earlier in preparation for that strategy, such as finishing hand tool lines, field checking, familiarising their crews and looking at the fallback options. He did not feel that input from he and his sister were taken into account in any meaningful way. Your Honour, I note the time. Is now an appropriate time to take the morning adjournment?
Half an hour?
Is Your Honour, please.
12:30, thank you. Yes, Mr Castleton.
My pleasure, Your Honour. I come now to the anticipated evidence of Mr Chris Banfi, Mr James Carter and Mr Craig Burley. A factual controversy arose on the evidence between these three witnesses. Chris Banfi, Air Attack Supervisor with the National Parks and Wildlife Service, James Carter, Division Commander RFS, and Craig Burley, Division Commander Operations RFS, who were operationally involved in the backburn. In a statement dated 10 November of last year, Mr Banfi recalled on 14 December 2019, he commenced his shift at the Hawkesbury IMT office where he received his briefing. He recalled there were forecasted southwesterly winds of 15 to 25 kilometres per hour, which would place considerable fire pressure on the Mount Wilson backburn, with a high likelihood of spot overs. He took this as a red flag statement and specifically recalled briefing the airbase manager and all pilots assigned to Hawkesbury Fires in relation to this risk. Mr Banfi, when he flew over the Grace Valley Mount Wilson backburn area, saw that the backburn had commenced. He says in his statement he was surprised, as he had expected the ground teams would have only conducted a test burn and would otherwise wait until air support was in place before proceeding with the backburn. Mr Banfi said this was not standard practice and was high risk in the circumstances. Mr Banfi said, following a full rotational circuit of the backburning operations on his arrival, from his initial observations, the fire from the backburn was already displaying erratic behaviour, with minor spotting within 20 metres of the fire edge and frequent crown fire flare-ups. He thought the backburn had already progressed to the point where it could not be contained by ground or air resources. He was significantly concerned that the burn along Bell's Line of Road was about 3 times longer than the burn along Mount Wilson Road, with the attendant risk it would overrun the Mount Wilson Road and endanger firefighters on Mount Wilson Road. Mr Banfi said he immediately communicated those observations and concerns over radio to Mr Burley and Mr Carter. Mr Banfi stated he then completed approximately 12 further loops over the fireground to further assess the situation and formed the view that the erratic conditions and poor light pattern overlighting of the Bells Line of Road posed an immediate threat, and therefore made the decision to land his aircraft in order to brief Mr Carter and Mr Burley in person. On his account, that is Mr Banfi, he grounded his plane and had a discussion with Mr Burley and Mr Carter. The extent and outcome of this interaction is not detailed. Mr Banfi then returned to the air and continued to communicate his concerns to firefighters on the ground and the IMT, as well as performing his other air attack supervisor duties. It was Mr Banfi's opinion that the backburn should not have commenced before air support had been tasked. His other concerns were that the backburn should have commenced at the top of the hill in Mount Wilson or Mount Irvine, not at the bottom of the hill where the backburn in fact commenced. He further expected, it is expected he is likely to tell the court the backburn should have commenced at night rather than in the morning. In respect of the forecasted weather conditions referred to by Mr Banfi, Mr Carter noted that incident weather forecasts, or IWFs, were included in the day's incident action plan and were generally part of a briefing to all fireground personnel. The incident weather forecast for this particular day reflected, in Mr Carter's opinion, favourable conditions until approximately 4 p.m, at which time winds would turn to the southwest and freshen. Further incident weather forecasts were not issued for the specific burn location, but were produced for 2 locations, being Richmond Automatic Weather Station and another being a point some 18 kilometres away. Gridded weather at the site of the burn was provided by a fire behaviour analyst within the IMT. This showed winds to be light, with relative humidity between 29 and 65% for the key part of the day. Wind would have changed at 5 p.m. to northwest. However, that direction would not have caused any issues. The incident weather forecast indicated that the inversion in place would lift at approximately 10 a.m. On Mr Carter's account, a test burn was undertaken at about 9:48 a.m, which burnt slowly, and the inversion lifted at that time had no discernible impact on fire behaviour. Following this, Mr Carter contacted the incident controller, and following their discussion as to the outcome of the test burn, it was decided to proceed with the actual back burn. Mr Carter stated that it is not always required and is often not necessary to ensure an aviation presence at the time of a test burn if conditions are appropriate. The air attack supervisor was first logged onto the fire ground by radio at about 10:05 a.m, some 22 minutes after the test burn. Mr Burley confirmed that a test burn was conducted, but at about 9:30 a.m. on 14 December 2019, showing low fire behaviour with a very moderate rate of spread and flame height no greater than half a metre. Mr Burley said the weather conditions that morning were conducive for the back burn, with a generally easterly breeze and insignificant expected temperatures. Mr Burley acknowledged that the pace of the backburn along Bell's line of road overtook that along Mount Wilson Road, and he accordingly instructed the Bell's line of road crew to slow down so that the Wilson Road crew could catch up. Mr Carter also deferred to entries in his logbook which were in line with equivalent instructions having been issued at around 11 a.m. Mr Burley did not observe the Bell's line of road backburn to overtake the Mount Wilson Road backburn or threaten firefighters on Mount Wilson Road at any time. Mr Burley said he made frequent observations from an elevated area at Flagstaff Hill to monitor the overall progress of the backburns on that day. He recalled the circumstances in which the wind direction unexpectedly changed to a southwesterly and relative humidity dropped, leading to the backburn getting out of control and spotting amongst dense fuel structure and load. Mr Burley had no recollection or log entries in respect of Mr Banfi relaying concerns about the backburn at any time. He said he would have taken relevant action accordingly if this was the case. Mr Carter stated that from a review of his logbook notes and recollection with Mr Banfi between 11 and 1 p.m, he did not recall any alarming or urgent observations communicated from him to Mr Banfi or vice versa. The first note of the fire appearing volatile was made at around 1:59 p.m, but at that time Mr Banfi reported that the fire did not appear to be threatening containment on Mount Wilson Road. On his account, the weather continued to deteriorate at 2 p.m, and the fire intensity increased, with the first report of a spot over approximately coming from Mr Burley. Mr Burley did recall Mr Banfi landing his aircraft and having a discussion with him, but on Mr Burley's account, this was essentially to confirm the progress of the backburn. He recalled the pair was in agreement with where the backburn had progressed to. Mr Burley did not recall Mr Banfi raising any undue concerns, and if this had been the case, Mr Burley said he would have made an effort to get up in the air to confirm the information provided. Mr Carter also recalled Mr Banfi landing his aircraft to speak with Mr Burley and himself, but recalled Mr Banfi confirming what both Mr Burley and he were already aware of, and that they had all been happy with the strategy moving forward. He did not recall Mr Banfi having provided him with any new information or urgent observations. Mr Burley said he understood several aviation resources were available to his team, if needed, at the commencement of the backburn. He noted that the topography was such that the ground in fact went downhill on Mount Wilson Road from its intersection with Bell's line of road towards Mount Wilson, before then sloping uphill to the township. He confirmed the plan was to burn downhill to the base of Mount Wilson Road, then redeploy at the top of the hill near Mount Wilson and burn down southwest towards the initial backburn. Mr Burley endorsed this view and stated that the terrain commencing at the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bell's Line of Road and heading northeast into Mount Wilson is level to gently undulating and then falling to a low point about 3.5 kilometres along the road. The ground then sharply rises to the Mount Wilson township. The strategy was to use local crews on this tricky section. This is the first 1 to 2 kilometres of Mount Wilson Road, which Your Honour has observed, and then to send the crews into the township to bring the burn south from the township towards the low point. Mr Burley said ground crew communication was in fact enhanced by the appointment of a mobile operations officer to facilitate and manage the ground crews, which was Mr Burley's role, and this was an uncommon appointment, which was made given the importance of the operation. Mr Burley said Mr Banfi was unable to comment on ground operations given he was neither on the ground nor in contact with ground crews. Mr Burley acknowledged that it is generally more favourable to conduct backburns at night, but the decision to conduct the backburn when it was conducted was the product of what he described as a thoroughly consultative and considered process involving many stakeholders. Different recollections from different witnesses will be explored during this week and next. They have been quoted in some detail here to give Your Honour context to the topics that will be pursued in their oral evidence. Coming now, Your Honour, to expert evidence in relation to the Gross Valley Mount Wilson fire. Mr Geoffrey Conway was engaged by those assisting Your Honour to provide 2 expert reports in respect of the Gross Valley fire. Mr Conway has extensive experience as a professional fire officer and private consultant, providing policy advice and expert reports to many levels of government and inquiries, respectively. The Bushfire resident group, Mount Tomah and Barabing communities, led by members Yochen and Curran Sheaves, engaged 3 experts: Nicholas Jelly, J-E-L-L-I-E, fire ecologist; Terence Kirkpatrick, psychologist; and Brian Williams, captain of the Currawong Heights Rural Fire Brigade. In his first report, Mr Conway noted that the material available to the RFS at the relevant time all indicated that direct and parallel attack strategies would be limited in their application to containing the Gospers Mountain fire. This was due to fuel loads, fuel dryness, and the terrain which limited access to the fire edge. Mr Conway also noted the areas exposed to fire spread as at 13 December 2019 were significant, and the Gross Valley Mount Wilson Road backburn was a critical component of the overall containment strategy along the southern boundary of the fire. He emphasised that the forecasted deteriorating weather, fire spread predictions, the experience of significant fire runs occurring in the preceding days and weeks, and the course of previous fires in the area were all valid indicators pointing to the risk of further fire extension. In particular, assessments indicated potential fire runs to the south and southeast under the influence of forecasted weather conditions for 19 and 20 December. Mr Conway observed that the IMT took a conservative, worst-case scenario assessment of the effectiveness of available fire suppression strategies in determining to proceed with the backburn. Mr Conway concluded that, given the experience of the IMT with the Gospers Mountain fire, the use of an indirect attack strategy and decisions to implement the backburn on 14 December was appropriate in the circumstances. He characterised it as a high-risk strategy, but said it was the only viable offensive strategy available to the IMT to protect the townships of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. Regarding whether it was reasonable for the incident controller and the IMT to expect that the Gospers Mountain fire would continue spreading south and into the Grose Valley if the backburn was not implemented, Mr Conway reasoned it was. He noted that the fire behaviour analysis, line scans, fire ground observation, local fire history, and the recent mixed success of efforts to contain the Gosper Mountain fire all suggested further spread to the south was likely, if not inevitable. Mr Conway therefore concluded it was reasonable for the IMT to expect further fire extension to the south and the east. He added it would have been negligent to adopt a strategic position that suggested containment of the Gospers Mountain fire was possible without widespread rainfall in the fire area. In his supplementary report, Mr Conway reviewed fire progression mapping prepared by the RFS and concluded that it appeared the southern flank of the Gospers Mountain fire and the northern flank of the Grose Valley fire did meet, in part and progressively along a line from Clarence to Bilpin. On Mr Conway's view, this appeared to have occurred progressively and was driven to a significant extent by major fire runs on the 19th and the 21st of December 2019. In terms of whether the implementation of the backburn was in compliance with applicable standards and requirements, in his first report, Mr Conway noted there was little documented national doctrine that guided the planning for and tactical decision-making around backburning. He opined that planning for the backburn was generally aligned to agency guidance and good practice in prescribed burning regarding lighting pattern and resourcing. He wrote the timing of the burning during the day in a relatively narrow window of suitable weather, and the decision to burn upslope was a conscious one and reflected the constraints of topography, fire behaviour and deteriorating weather forecasts the IMT was grappling with. Mr Conway noted that since the 2019-2020 summer, the RFS developed and documented doctrine to guide decision-making when implementing indirect attack strategies. In terms of whether the backburn was implemented and managed appropriately under the circumstances, Mr Conway wrote, there was an appropriate fireground management structure in place. He noted there was some uncertainty during the transfer of command of the October South sector during the early afternoon, which reflected the dynamic nature of the operation at that time. He noted crews were briefed on the plan for the day, in particular the lighting pattern required. Swing shift crews were briefed on arrival and on deployment, and the backburn was implemented in accordance with relevant plans. He noted weather and fire behaviour were closely monitored, and actions were taken by fireground managers in response to changing conditions. Mr Conway noted that Mr Banfi indicated in his statement that he landed his claim to have a face-to-face discussion with fireground managers and to raise concerns in relation to the effective monitoring of the fireground and the situational awareness of the fireground managers. While Mr Burley recalled having a face-to-face discussion with Mr Banfi in his statement, his recollection did not reflect the details described by Mr Burley. In his supplementary report, Mr Conway noted the updated statements received from the RFS suggesting a face-to-face meeting did in fact occur, as Mr Banfi stated. In his first report, Mr Conway also observed that there was a period in the afternoon between 2 and 3 p.m. where fire activity increased in response to changing weather and subsequently put pressure on fireground managers, impacting on oversight of the fireground management structures. Mr Conway ultimately surmised that the spot fires were most likely a result of the fire runs from the first section of the burn along Mount Wilson Road, immediately north of the high voltage transmission lines. In terms of whether the resourcing, including air support, was appropriate under the circumstances, Mr Conway was ultimately of the opinion that resourcing reflected what was available at the time and was appropriate for the planned task under the forecast weather conditions. In terms of whether the response to the breach of the southern containment line on 14 December was appropriate under the circumstances, Mr Conway wrote, the application of a defensive strategy to protect Mount Wilson Village was the only option available to the IMT and fireground managers on the afternoon of 14 December, once the fire had spotted across Mount Wilson Road and was executed in a timely way. All resources available to the fireground managers were deployed to implement this strategy. In terms of whether the bushfire warnings and alerts for 14 and 15 December 2019 were appropriate under the circumstances, Mr Conway wrote, the warnings and advice provided to communities affected by the fire extension to the east of Mount Wilson Road were relevant and tailored to the needs of the affected community. He noted there was a 20-minute delay in providing initial advice and warnings after the spot overs on Mount Wilson Road were identified, and warnings were in place approximately 1 hour before the fire impacted Mount Wilson. Mr Conway generally agreed with the conclusions set out within the RFS Factual Investigation Report in relation to the Gospers Mountain Fire impact on Mount Wilson and Bilpin on the 14th of December 2019. His only qualification was with respect to the conclusion as to whether the spot overs originated from the backburn along Mount Wilson Road or Bell's Line of Road. Mr Conway noted weather conditions were a driving influence but may not have been the only contributing factor. He wrote, lighting pattern, monitoring of fireground management arrangements and oversight of lighting crews may have contributed to increased fire intensity and forward spread and subsequent spotting. However, importantly, Your Honour, in his supplementary report, Mr Conway had regard to the further statement of Mr Carter and changed his position, now concluding that contrary to his original assessment, the spot fires were most likely a result of fire runs from the burn along Mount Wilson Road. Mr Conway concluded his first report by noting that the fire behaviour, duration, scale and limited success in suppressing the Gospers Mountain fire and others that had burnt earlier in the season or were still burning were valid indicators of the likely progress of the fire. He noted that extreme conditions, as evidenced by fire behaviour up to 14 December 2019, suggested that relying on defensive strategies to protect lives and community assets had a low probability of success and would place fire service responders and those they were endeavouring to protect at considerable risk. Mr Conway concluded that the strategic choices made by the IMT in relation to the southern containment strategy, including the backburn, were the most viable options available to protect the communities exposed to the southern extension of the Gospers Mountain fire. Coming now to the report of Nicholas Jelly. Mr Jelly stated that the basic hypothesis in his report is that the core area of the Gospers Mountain bushfire, excluding the areas of backburns and backburn escapes along its eastern, southeastern and southwestern flanks, could have been reduced significantly. On his view, this could have been achieved had more priority been given to attacking the fire at every opportunity instead on an over-reliance on large-scale backburning to enlarge it, which made it more difficult to suppress because of uncontrollable fire runs within containment lines and further backburn and containment escapes. Mr Jelly surmised that the Mount Wilson backburn escape on 14 December was a significant factor in the Gospers Mountain fire complex, which enlarged this fire when it was not posing a direct and immediate threat to Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine some distance away to the southeast of a fire front burning in rocky open ground and burnt several years before in the 2013 state mine fire. Further to this, Mr Jelly opined that alternative containment options existed that would have avoided the high risk, high consequent impact of that backburn on the communities of Mount Tomah, Barrambing and Mount Wilson subsequently. Relevantly, on his view, in the period leading up to 14 December, there were missed opportunities to fall forward and input prescribed burns to contain the fire which utilised the Colo, Bungalburi and Wollongambie rivers as fire advantages. Mr Jelly put forward a suite of recommendations around accurate and timely formulation of appropriate and ecologically based containment fire strategies, the development of community-based fire plans incorporating intelligence from firefighting authorities and interested community groups located inside and on the boundaries within the Blue Mountains, Wollamai and Yengo National Parks. Multi-agency IMTs being led by local-based knowledge and experience of fire landscape with environmental, ecological, science-based qualifications, including recognition of the intelligence of the National Parks and Wildlife Service in respect of managing remote fires. And finally, New South Wales implementing an Inspector General of Emergency Services to improve accountability and transparency within emergency services agencies. Coming now, Your Honour, to a report of Mr Terence Kirkpatrick. Mr Kirkpatrick's report was provided in response to recommendation 47 Part D of the New South Wales Bushfires Inquiry, and that particular recommendation was in these terms: where there is significant concern within a community regarding a backburn, the New South Wales RFS should undertake a community engagement session with affected residents to discuss the backburn, including any investigation and relevant findings. Mr Kirkpatrick's report made a number of detailed recommendations about how the RFS can most effectively fulfil this aim. Next is a report of Mr Brian Williams. In his report, Mr Williams provided a number of detailed recommendations, including how firefighting authorities can better implement hazard reduction burns to protect local communities. Mr Williams provided an important local perspective, given his long experience fighting fires in the Hawkesbury area. Your Honour, throughout the course of this week, we'll hear from the following witnesses in respect of the planning and execution of the Gross Valley Mount Wilson Strategic Backbone. The first witness today, Your Honour, will be Mr James Carter, RFS Bell Division Commander, followed by Mr Kenneth Pullen, RFS Assistant Planning Officer, Hawkesbury IMT, Mr Craig Burley, RFS Bell Division Operations Officer, then Mr Chris Banfi, National Parks and Wildlife Service Air Attack Supervisor, Hawkesbury IMT, Ms Elizabeth Rains, RFS October North Sector Leader of the Bell Division, Mr Daniel Jazanix, RFS October South Leader of the Bell Division, and then of course Mr Jeff Conway, expert instructed by those assisting Your Honour. In conclusion, Your Honour, my learned friend Ms Ward of Senior Counsel on Monday will open in more detail the circumstances relating to the Currawong backburn. But can I just say in conclusion, Your Honour, that the two relevant strategic backburns to which Your Honour is concerned with this week and next are only two amongst very many backburns that took place across the 2019-2020 season. Noting perhaps as many as 260 backburns were conducted in December of 2019 alone, according to the figures provided by the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. These two relevant strategic backburns, Gross Valley, Mount Wilson and Currawong, therefore represent decision-making challenges and consequences that were repeated across the state on hundreds of occasions. Thousands of smaller decisions were made in the course of each strategic backburn, often by volunteer RFS members contributing as part of an IMT. We note, Your Honour, it will be challenging in 2023 to ask witnesses to turn their minds back to the events of 2019, but this attempt to understand what happened and why is important in understanding how our response to catastrophic fire conditions might be improved in anticipation of the challenging seasons that are yet to come. Your Honour, the Grosse Valley Mount Wilson brief is comprised of 13 volumes. I understand it's already been marked as an exhibit, that being Exhibit 56, capital A. If that hasn't been marked, then it should be. May it please Your Honour. I note the time, if it's convenient to Your Honour, to take the lunch and adjournment, and after lunch I propose to call Mr James Carter.
Thanks very much, Mr Castleton. We'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2:10.
May it please the Court.
Thanks, Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, I call Mr James Carter. If he could come forward, please.
Please, do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr Carter.
Mr Carter, would you please state your full name,
James Andrew Carter.
your present occupation and work address, please?
Currently work for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service as the Supervisor for Fire Trails Implementation at 42 Lamb Street, Glendenning.
And have you provided 3 statements in relation to the Gross Valley Mount Wilson fire?
Yes, I have.
And is the first statement a statement dated the 5th of June 2020?
Yes,
And do you have a copy before you this afternoon?
I do.
Have you read that recently?
Yes,
Does it require any corrections?
no.
You have prepared also a second statement dated the 28th of October 2022. Do you have that one before you as well?
Yes, I do.
And does that statement require any correction?
Not that I've picked up recently.
And then finally, your third and final statement, Mr Carter, dated the 14th of April 2023. Do you have that with you as well?
Yes, I do.
And are there any matters that require correction so far as that statement is
Not that
concerned?
I'm aware of, no.
Now, I just wanted to deal very briefly with your training, qualifications and experience in relation to firefighting. And some of it is set out in your first statement, and if you need to refer to it, by all means do so. But how many years have you been involved with the Rural Fire Service here in New South Wales?
I joined in 1998, so I believe that makes it 25 years.
And which brigade were you attached to when you first commenced?
Falcon Bridge Rural Fire Brigade in the Blue Mountains.
And how long did you remain with that brigade in the Blue Mountains for?
I'm still a life member of the brigade, so still a current member, but I remained a officer of the brigade until I became a group officer within the Blue Mountains and I wouldn't be able to recall the date, but it would have been approximately 2018.
And over that lengthy period of time, so far as the voluntary capacity is concerned, have you held the positions of firefighter, deputy captain, senior deputy, and then captain?
Yes.
And as you've mentioned, you're deputy group captain.
Yes.
And within those roles, have you undertaken any other specific roles, such as fire behaviour analyst or something like that?
Yes. In 2016, I undertook the training that the service offers to become a fire behaviour analyst, and I became an nationally accredited fire behaviour analyst in 2017.
Now, you mentioned you're a lifetime member of the Falcon Bridge RFS Brigade. What experience have you had in relation to firefighting around sort of the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Bell's Line of Road area, if any, prior to 2019?
Yeah, sure. Certainly, probably the most direct experience would be in the 2006 Lawson's Long Alley fire, where we conducted a backburning operation on the Bell's Line of Road, on the southern side of the Bell's Line of Road. That would be the most direct to that exact location.
Were you involved at all as part of any firefighting response to the state mine fire in 2013?
No, in 2013, my brigade and myself was fully occupied with the Linksview Road fire that occurred at the same time, where we lost 200 houses in the space of an afternoon. So our efforts were focused more in the lower mountains during that period of time.
Now, again, looking at your experience up to and including December of 2019, had you ever fulfilled any role within an incident management team prior to that time?
Not specifically, no. It was mostly field command. My experience was more based in field command, so sector leader, divisional roles.
As we know, on the 14th of December 2019, you were the divisional commander. At that time, are you able to say how many strategic backburns you may have planned for and implemented in your various roles as a firefighter?
Quite a number. So my experience spanned significant fire events in 2001, 2002, where we actually I was involved, particularly in my local brigade area, in planning and executing a backburn along the southern side of the Great Western Highway. We actually burnt from Glenbrook all the way up to Wentworth Falls on the south side of the highway, which took considerable planning and implementation skill. 2006 was another one, as previously mentioned, on the Bells Line of Road. And further burns, a lot of strategic burns in 2013 to contain the Linksview Road fire. They're the ones that come to mind immediately.
And in relation to your experience in planning and implementing strategic backburns prior to 2019, are you able to say how many times you were a divisional commander in respect of the oversight of a strategic backburn?
My guess would be around about 5.
Now, if we come now to around October of 2019, what role, if any, were you performing so far as it related to fire activity throughout the state of New South Wales at that time?
In October, I was thankfully not engaged in firefighting activities. I think from my point of view, I was running my own business at that particular point in time. And I think we all knew the fire season would progress southwards from the north coast. So I was making the opportunity to take care of work commitments during September and October at that particular point in time, waiting essentially for what we knew would come further south.
When the Gospers Mountain fire ignited on the 26th of October 2019, did you have any active involvement in relation to the initial response to that outbreak or not?
No, I did not.
When did you first become involved in relation to what was unfolding around the Gospers Mountain in late October, early November of 2019?
We definitely, from a Blue Mountains perspective, were aware the fire was there. We were aware that it was unlikely that without rain that fire would be extinguished. And I think we all knew in the back of our minds that it was highly likely that we would be having to manage parts of that fire in the local Blue Mountains district at some point in time. So there was certainly some local conversations and thinking about what may need to happen. My first operational commitment was actually as a fire behaviour analyst in state operations to conduct some fire spread predictions. I think that was actually on the 12th of November, on the day that it crossed the Putty Road. And we looked specifically at the threat to areas in the southeast of the fire grounds, such as Perry's Crossing and the Lower McDonald area.
So operationally, your involvement, so far as it related to the Gosper Mountain fire, was the day after the Section 44 declaration was declared on the 11th of November 2019 in the role as a fire behaviour analyst at the State Command. At some point, did you move out of that role as a fire behaviour analyst into another role in relation to assisting either the Blue Mountains Rural Fire Service or Hawkesbury?
Absolutely. So the day after that, actually, I started working in the incident management team at Hawkesbury, and there was several roles there. I did do some fire behaviour analyst work, some broader planning conversations and discussions and input into that process, and establishing a role as liaison between the Blue Mountains District and the Hawkesbury IMT as we knew the fire would expand.
Now, physically, where was the Hawkesbury IMT based?
At the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre at Wilberforce.
And are you able to speak to what pre-planning was being done in relation to the Gospers Mountain fire, particularly in relation to the progression of that southern edge?
Yes, so it was very clear to me that the local brigades and the local management of the Hawkesbury Rural Fire District had done a lot of work in understanding where the fire may end up and preparing trails and cleaning them up and making sure they were ready for firefighting activities and keeping the community aware and talking to the community about potential impacts leading up to the day of the 12th of November. And so they had a good handle on what their next actions would be in the event that the fire took the run that it did on the 12th of November.
Now, at some point was a decision made within the IMT in relation to what's been coined the Southern Containment Strategy. And are you able to say when that strategy was first devised and then implemented?
I think there was a recognition from the 13th or 14th of November that the most likely final point for this fire would be the Southern Containment Line as we planned for it. There was always a hope that some of the natural containment lines, such as the Kapiti River, the Colo River, Wollongambie River, would hold and would be able to be utilised. But there was no expectation and no reliance on those as strategies that would be successful based on experience across New South Wales to date. So we probably just started discussing the broader containment strategy on the 14th of November. I wouldn't say that that was finally settled on there and then, but I think there was an acknowledgement that given the conditions, 6 years of below average rainfall, et cetera, that would probably be the final answer.
And in terms of suppression and strategies around suppression of that advancing southern fire edge of the Gosford Mountains fire, what thought processes and decision making was going in relation to that?
There was a desire to continue with an air-based attack on the fire while it was not within reach of on-the-ground firefighters. There was, significant fire activity, so the thought of putting remote area crews into the fire ground wasn't one that anyone was comfortable to make from a risk assessment point of view. It needs to be observed that the fire started on the 26th of October and the strategy that had been employed was an aircraft and ground crew strategy, and that had been, while done in good faith and the best way possible, had been unsuccessful, and the fire had crossed Gospers Creek and Jirrabung Creek and a range of other creeks and ultimately crossed Wollamai Creek, which was a substantial traditional eastern holding point. So I think that at that point in time, the use of air assets and strategies was often about slowing the rate of spread of fire so that preparations could be made for containment activities to be undertaken, particularly around townships where there were life and properties.
I'll come to that in a moment. In terms of any forecasted weather, was there any hope of significant rainfall that may assist in suppressing that southern edge?
It was no. The climatic conditions at the time with an El Nino, a positive Indian Ocean dipole, as well as the Southern Ocean in a state that all meant that dry, more westerly focused air was pushing up over New South Wales. And with the strength of those three climate factors working in harmony with each other, the traditional break in those weather patterns around about November, December couldn't be relied on. And advice from the Bureau, as I understood it, was that those conditions would remain well into December and potentially into January, February.
Now, by about the 18th of November, if that gives you a point of reference, was there some detailed planning around protection of Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine and Bell and taking particular steps to prepare for any advancing fire?
Yes, there was. So we really got stuck into that. It would have been around about that 18th November time, I think. So we held a meeting at the National Parks Office in Katoomba with Rob Vincennes, who was the acting district manager of Blue Mountains, and myself, Beth Rains, who as well as being captain of the Mount Wilson Rural Fire Brigade is also a National Parks employee, and David Crust, the regional manager for the Blue Mountains area. There was an acceptance in that meeting that the Southern Containment Line needed to be established and we needed to prepare for the impact of fire in Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine and Bell. And at that particular point in time, everybody agreed that Beth would lead the effort in preparing containment lines. She was given the imprimatur, if you like, to engage heavy plant to prepare trails around the townships, and was also given a position in the IMT in Hawkesbury to facilitate resources and logistics that she needed to do that. So at that point in time, the plan really started to take shape and was starting to be implemented.
Right. In lay terms, what was the plan, generally speaking, in relation to that southern containment strategy to which we've referred?
So the strategy was really to try and create a hard, broad containment line from which we could undertake defensive firefighting or offensive backburning operations, if you like, from starting essentially at Colo Heights in the Hawkesbury, all the way down Putty Road, across the Colo River, up around Mountain Lagoon to protect that township, up around Bilpin, Barrambing, up across the old Bowen Creek Road with hand tool lines and hose lays, and then around to the north of Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, back around to Mount Wilson Road, out along Bellsliner Road and around Bell, using earth-moving plant to create essentially a fire trail that we could use to move appliances around and conduct backburning operations from.
And did that occur
Yes.
post 18, 19 November?
Yep, the work started pretty much straight away, and the heavy plant was made available. The work was done in chunks, if you like. So Beth was looking after the Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson, Bell area, whereas other people from more local brigades and the Hawkesbury IMT were looking after the Bilpin, Colo Heights, Mountain Lagoon area. And it was really essential for us that as that fire front in its full extent moves south, we knew that there would only be a certain window of opportunity to get that southern edge completed. So it was really all hands on deck from the point of view of being ready for that fire impact, as we knew that fire was moving at somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometres per day to the south. So it was very much a time and space exercise at that point in time.
And by the 14th of December, had most of that preparatory work occurred, or was it still ongoing?
It had been completed. So my recollection is that the trails, particularly around Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine and Bell, were completed on the 10th of December.
Now, was a trigger point determined at the 99th parallel?
Yes.
And is that referred to as the 99 Northing?
Yes.
And could you just explain how that was to work in practice?
Trigger points are really designed to assist fire managers to make sound decisions. So the trigger point in this instance didn't necessarily result in a backburning commencing. What it's designed to do was draw attention and focus next actions and really to bring up into the scheme of things the priority of that particular part of the fire and decisions that needed to be made. You have to remember that at the time this was happening, we still had fire burning to the east, to the north and to the west.
We had Ruin Castle.
At Ruin Castle to the south, there's another fire. We had fire moving west towards Lithgow and the power stations. We had fires.
Oakey Fire.
And plus Gosper's also moving to the west. To the north, we had fire moving up into areas like the Putty Valley. And so there was containment strategies for the northern flank that we were working on. We also had fire moving still towards the east, towards the McDonald River and potentially over into the Central Coast. And also to the southeast, where it had the potential to move into the hills and the Hornsby districts. So we had many hundreds of kilometres of fire to be thinking about at that point in time. So the trigger point was designed to say, okay, we've got to this particular point in time. We now need to make a decision about what the next actions are. The trigger point was crossed, as I understand it, I think on the 9th or 10th of December, around about the same time as the fire trails around the townships were ready.
And once that southern edge of the Mount Gosper fire had crossed that 99th Northing trigger point, what was then to occur?
So that was the point for us to start thinking about and understanding and putting in a hard timeline around how to deliver that protection, which had then also been complicated by the fact that we'd had issues and been forced to slow burning around Colo Heights with a unfortunate incident of a lilo deciding to take a lilo down the Colo River in the middle of the fire ground. And also some weather that had kind of slowed us down in terms of overnight burning. We're starting to see weather pattern with more elevated RHs and some drizzly rain overnight for a week or so there. So we weren't as far progressed west as we would have liked to have been at that particular point in time with our backburn. But this just really helped us focus on and understand in detail the timeline that needed to happen from that point on. So from the 11th of December, we were starting to look at the opportunities and the windows to undertake that burning.
And after the fire has crossed the trigger point, the 99 Northing, in terms of strategic options, what options were available to the IMT?
Only two options remaining at that point, which was to implement the backburn as proposed off the containment line, or to sit, wait and try and understand where the fire might run into those populated areas and undertake property protection.
So sit and wait was a defensive strategy. In terms of an offensive strategy, it was really an indirect attack via a backburning operation. And can we move then forward to the 11th of December? Was there a planning meeting held around that date? I might have the date wrong, Mr. Carter, but I rather thought that on the 11th, if you need to refer to your statement, please do so, that discussions occurred on the 11th of December between the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains IMTs and local brigade representatives to review weather forecasts and decide what to do.
Yes, that's correct. Just found it in my statement.
Please feel free to refer to your statement to refresh. Now, at that meeting, were local brigade members and other community stakeholders involved, or was it at a more higher level of management?
No, I think my recollection is that every conversation we had around the planning of this burn from a combined point of view always included representatives from the Mount Wilson Rural Fire Brigade and potentially oftentimes the Bell Rural Fire Brigade. So we were aware that we needed everybody to be on the same page in order to make this strategy work. So it was a very inclusive process from my perspective.
And what was the outcome of that meeting on the 11th of December?
So there was a lot of anxiety in the community to commence the burning as early as possible.
Just pausing there, what area are we talking about implementing a backburning? Are we talking about around Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine?
Apologies, yes, so the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine area. It would have looked to the community like the fire was very close. It was only a few kilometres to the north at that particular point in time. So there was a lot of desire to get it underway. So on the 11th of December, when we looked at the weather and what was right in front of us, we decided that the best opportunity at that point in time that we had was to conduct the burn on the afternoon or evening of the 15th of December. So we had some interesting weather forecast up until that point, but then a southerly change coming through, which opened up a window of several days of cooler weather, and that was the window identified at that particular meeting.
Before we get into that decision making, was there general consensus that a defensive strategy was not a viable option?
I believe so, yes.
Are you able to say whether there was a general consensus that an indirect attack through a strategic backburn was the most viable option in difficult circumstances?
I would say that was a strongly vocalised preferred option by every stakeholder.
For a strategic backburn. And is it fair to say that some stakeholders wish to implement sooner rather than later, and others were prepared to wait for that window of opportunity in relation to the weather?
Yes, that's correct.
What was it about aiming for the 15th of December that ultimately found favour, as opposed to putting in one sooner rather than later?
I believe it really primarily came down to the best looking weather window where we felt we could conduct the burn the most safely.
And what planning then was undertaken to implement that backburn for the 15th of December?
So from there we were really refining what the resources would be required on the ground in order to conduct that burn, how many appliances, how many strike teams, if you like, and those sorts of things. It also would be fair to say that other things were being focused on during that period as well. So what we had done on the 11th was actually set a bit of a timetable for the next 4 to 5 days, which essentially scheduled in a broad range of activities. And part of planning for the 15th was going back to the resourcing levels that would be required to conduct the backburn around Mount Irvine and Mount Wilson, and how long those resources would be required for, and what would be a suitable sequence of events.
Were there any particular constraints on resourcing, be it ground-based or aerial?
There was a constant, if you like, awareness that we didn't have resources just freely available to us, and that we had made the decision and were aware that we really were relying on the resources we had available to us primarily through the Hawkesbury and the Blue Mountains rural fire districts, and they were supplemented from other areas as required. But we were determined probably not to create strategies that relied on resourcing strategies that ultimately could not be met due to the demand of resources across the state. So we tried to create strategies that we knew we could implement with the resources we had available to us, if that makes sense.
Now, at that point in time, so we're still on around the 11th of December, had there been some bad weather forecasts for 18 December, 19 December, 21 December that was concerning or factored into the decision making on the 11th?
Yeah, there was a very strong indication in the Bureau's forward-looking mean surface level pressure charts that another trough system would be moving across the state and introducing very hot air, very dry air, and potentially quite strong winds into the central part of the state around about the 18th and 19th. And I think in all our minds was we knew we had between the 11th and the 18th to have this strategy implemented, or it would be potentially way too late.
Now, you're planning for the 15th of December to put in a strategic backburn. Was that backburn to be on that intersection between the Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road?
I think the initial plan would have been to commence the burn on the northern side of Mount Irvine or Mount Wilson and progress westward from that location, which in ideal circumstances at that particular point in time, that was the planned approach.
Was that the plan that Ms Raines had advocated?
Yes.
And her brother Peter? And what was it about that plan that was unfeasible?
At that particular point in time, that plan was feasible. That plan became less desirable and became problematic when we received some small amounts of rainfall over those areas, I think on the 12th and 13th of December, which was exactly the same sort of rainfall which had hampered backburning back in Bilpin a few days earlier. So what we were determined to do was to make sure that we had an effective burn, and when that rainfall was received, in our view, it necessitated a change of strategy.
What was it about that rainfall, if we assume 2 to 2.5 mils in that sort of general area around Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, that caused a change? If
the fuel's not in a state that's ready to be fully consumed, what you end up with is what we would call a patchy burn. Given the potential for extreme fire behaviour in that year, once the fuels are dried out, we were very clear that we needed to put a high quality burn in to remove as much fuel as possible to make sure that the fire couldn't run through remaining unburnt fuels. So really what our thinking was that if there was been somewhere between 2.5 and 6 mils of rain on that northern edge, those townships, then we didn't want an ineffective burn to be completed that then left the remaining risk for fire to run through that and still impact property if that burn hadn't been completed to the right quality.
As a result of that rainfall around the 12th of December, was it then decided to bring it down to the junction point between Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson, or was there another option considered?
No, that decision was not made until the 13th of December at a significant meeting with all the stakeholders involved. where the fact that those fuels in the northern part were probably still moister than we would have liked for an effective burn to take place, that the only significant remaining option was to start the burn where the rain had not fallen, which was on the corner of Belsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road, which gave another essentially 4 to 6 hours of drying weather for those fuels to dry out further north. And that drove the strategy to, on the afternoon of the 13th, to start the burn in that location and then to move resources to the north and bring it back down.
I'll come back to the meeting in a moment, but was there another consideration, which was that the weather, there was an opportunity, a window of opportunity for the 14th because of the weather forecast that made it conducive to a backburn?
Yeah, so the forecast received, and I think one of the things I would preface this comment with is that forecasting was actually very difficult in 2019 and 20. Forecasts would change on a regular basis at short notice, given the volatility of the way the weather systems were moving across the state. When we received the weather forecast on the morning of the 13th,
This is the IMT at Hawkesbury?
Yes. The forecast had changed and significantly or pushed the fire weather on the, would refer to my statement, but I think on the 16th into an area which I think we would have been uncomfortable to burn, but improved the weather forecast on Saturday the 14th, which also was a critical part of the thinking as to why we changed from starting on the 15th to the 13th.
Do you have your second statement available, Mr. Cutt? Maybe if you go to your second statement to page 3623, it's an extra H towards the back of the second last page, I think, of your statement.
Yep.
Is that the relevant weather data that featured as part of that decision making?
Yes, it is. This is an extracted gridded weather forecast from the corner of Belsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road. So it's a gridded forecast for the exact location.
And was that available at the meeting on the 13th of December?
Yes, it was.
To determine what steps would be taken around an indirect attack. Now, what is it about this particular weather data that was favourable, and I'm happy to put that word in inverted commas, for a strategic backburn at that particular point in time?
Well, there's a number of factors here which made this attractive. I think one was probably not so much the temperature. The temperature probably has less of an effect on fire behaviour at this particular point in time than the relative humidity and the wind speed. So with the relative humidity that's not forecast to go below 29% is quite desirable from the point of view of conducting a burn such as this. And then the wind direction with an easterly component on it until later in the day meant that fire would have been, and smoke would have been, and embers would have been blowing away from both Belsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road. And the wind speeds there generally, bearing in mind they're forecast at 10 metres, so it would have been significantly less at the surface, are very favourable in terms of being able to conduct a successful backburn.
Now, in terms of the window that you're hopeful to avail yourself of, when was the window to close, having regard to the forecasted weather?
I guess it was a tricky question to answer based on the volatility of forecasts, but I think our view was that we needed to get the burn from Belsliner Road around to the north of Mount Wilson by overnight Saturday night on the 14th, because the weather on the Saturday, while not horrendous, didn't look as favourable.
In terms of putting in fire into that area around Belsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road, was there any concern that there could be a shift in weather by around about 5 o'clock?
Yes, it was.
That could be troubling?
Well, so with a general shift to a wind with a westerly component by 5 and 6 o'clock it's less favourable than wind with an easterly component to it. Noteworthy though, we're at the point of the day where humidities are starting to increase and temperatures are starting to decrease. And the plan was to have the exposed parts of Mount Wilson Road completed by then.
Was it concerning to the decision makers within the IMT that by 5 o'clock on the forecasted weather on the 14th of December that there'd be that wind shift from the east-northeast to the northwest with wind speed of perhaps 15 kilometres per hour at 10 metres, but also that there was a forest fire danger index of 15?
The forest fire danger index of 15 is actually not actually that concerning. So that's quite typical and quite favourable in terms of the weather that had been experienced, particularly during December. The wind direction would have been the chief concern. However, had we been able to complete the downhill section from Mount Wilson Road, from Bell's Line of Road to the low point just to the south of Mount Wilson itself, that essentially would have shut the gate on the risk that any wind with a westerly component would have posed.
Why is that, Mr. Carter?
Because we would have had a buffer of burnt ground which had been in place between the 25-year-old fields on the eastern side of that road.
That's the Bowen Creek Basin.
Yep, which hadn't been hazard reduced for 25 odd years. And we would have had a buffer between that and where the backburn had got to. That would have meant that the risk of spotting at that particular point in time was actually really low.
Now, coming back to that meeting on the 13th of December, you've read Ms Rains' statement, and do you recall that she became aware that there was perhaps going to be a backburn on the 14th because of a traffic update which had the Bells Line of Road closed?
I recall that was in her statement. I would reiterate though that the decision to start the burn there was not made until the afternoon of the 13th.
And was she present at that decision making on the afternoon of the 13th?
Yes, she was.
Was her brother Peter there, to your recollection, or not?
I don't recall whether Peter was on the call or not.
Who else was on the call, do you remember?
Chief members of the IMT, so the incident controller, the planning team, myself, operations officers, so all the lead functions inside the IMT, as well as Beth, and I think I don't know that the captain of Bell Brigade, Greg, was on the call, but he may have been.
I was going to ask you about that, whether there were captains of particular brigades or districts present on that call.
Definitely the captain of the Mount Wilson Brigade was on that call,
That's
including
Ms.
the
Rain.
Blue Mountains IMT as well. So we had Rob Vincennes, and I think maybe Greg Wardle, who was the incident controller in the Blue Mountains at the time, was also on that call.
And a decision was made, I take it, to press go on a strategic backburn on the morning of the 14th of December at the intersection between Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson.
Correct.
Now, what were some of the pros for going ahead? Now, you've mentioned some of those already. There was an opportunity, a window of opportunity in relation to favourable weather. You needed to do it at that particular spot because of the rainfall that had occurred further north around Mount Wilson around the 12th or 13th of December. What are the other advantages of putting in a strategic backburn at that intersection?
Yeah, one of the chief other benefits of that was while all of this is going on, the fire out to the west is continuing to move south towards Nunes and Lithgow and threatening those areas, and starting to put itself in the same location that the fire was when the State Mine fire ran 30 kilometres in 9 days. And we knew that the window of opportunity to get protection of Bell, Clarence, Dargan, Nunes Junction, Lithgow in place that window was diminishing as well. So by starting there, it allowed us to start making good progress further westwards with the backburn, which would certainly assist with the protection of those communities. And it also allowed us, in our view, to get a good depth of burnt ground on the western side of Mount Wilson Road earlier. So in the event that we did have a major fire run into that location, we had a better chance of that fire run not crossing Mount Wilson Road into those heavy fuels in the head of Bowen Creek. So those sorts of factors also provided a benefit to the decision to do that.
What were some of the cons or the disadvantages of putting in a strategic backburn on the 14th of December?
I guess in any situation during that fire season, there was always the risk of spotting. There was always the risk of that occurring. We negated that risk, in my view, by making sure we had local crews lighting in areas where that risk was most present. We negated that risk by ensuring we had sufficient resources coming in as a swing shift, having suitable amount of aircraft in place. And that was the chief risk. The chief risk that the fire would cross Mount Wilson Road and end up on the eastern side of it.
Have you read Jeff Conway's report?
Yes, I have.
Would you agree that it was a high risk strategy?
I'm not sure I would classify it as high, but I would, if you look at a risk matrix, I'd probably put it in the moderate risk category. But then if you think about risk in terms of likelihood and consequence, in our view, the likelihood of that happening was low, but the consequence is obviously quite high. It's a tough call to make whether it's moderate or high, but I felt comfortable with the decision and felt like it was a strategy we could implement without that risk occurring.
If you didn't put in that particular backburn, what other strategies were available to the IMT at that time?
Really, we were back to a defensive option only. We were at a point as well where the atmosphere had become so smoke-logged that even the use of aircraft wasn't something that we could guarantee due to visibility issues. And I think that's an important point to make here, is that aircraft are a very effective tool, but when they can't see, they won't fly. And with the amount of fire activity to the south, to the north, to the west, we're at a point where relying on aircraft to implement a slowing strategy wasn't necessarily really available. And so the only strategy left to us was really defensive.
And what was it that tipped the scale in favour of an indirect attack through a strategic backburn as opposed to that defensive strategy?
The opportunity to fight the fire on our terms rather than have the fire dictate terms to us, and for us to have to respond when resources were uncertain, locations might have been uncertain, the ability to protect the community, life and property was uncertain. So the ability to implement a strategy which could prevent that kind of uncontrolled fire impact always seemed like a better option than just letting a fire do have an uncontrolled impact on a community.
Mr. Carter, you've mentioned resources. Do you think you had enough resources, or in the ideal world would you have preferred additional resources?
I actually believe we had enough resources for the burn, given the nature of the country there, the width of the road, the ability to move appliances around each other. I think to try and push the burn any faster in either sector would have been problematic. I was very satisfied and comfortable with the amount of resources that we had on the fire ground on the day.
What about aerial assets? Would you have liked more or not?
Look, I'm not going to lie. We could have probably used a large aircraft a little bit earlier than we got it, but we also understand that the large aircraft were deployed, protecting other assets and other lives. Greater, earlier access to a large aircraft may have been beneficial, but that would be my only comment, I think, about the aircraft.
Returning to that conference call on the evening, late afternoon of the 13th of December, was Mr. Banfi, Chris Banfi, present on that call, to your recollection? Or not?
No, he would not have been.
Had you met Mr. Banfi prior to the 14th of December?
I believe I met Mr. Banfi at a hazard reduction in the Blue Mountains at Mount Solitary. where National Parks had conducted a backburn which had just slipped over some containment lines, and we were talking about strategies to deal with that.
Once the decision was made within the IMT to implement the strategic backburn in the morning of the 14th of December, what, if any, steps were taken by the IMT to notify the broader community around the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Bell area that there was going to be a strategic backburn initiated the following day?
I won't know this answer to be able to answer this in detail. However, my belief would be that certainly the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine Brigade had a very strong community network of communication which would have been utilised to make that information available. While I can't say for sure, I would guess that there was community newsletters, community briefs, social media posts, signage, variable messaging signs would have all been used typically to notify the community that such an activity was about to happen.
Well, certainly there was road closures, we know
Yes.
that much. Now, coming to the organisational, operational aspect, you were appointed the Divisional Commander. Now, what does that mean? What role do you need to fulfil to discharge your obligations as a Divisional Commander?
So the creation of divisions and sectors within a fire ground is really to take care of span of control issues. So as a divisional commander, you're in charge of up to 5 or 6 sectors of a fire ground, and your role is to coordinate all the activities that have to happen during the course of that firefighting operation. So it's not just about the firefighting operation itself and the actual fire and what the fire is doing, but you may need to take into account and deal with media inquiries, media interviews. You need to make sure that all the logistical support is in place, so food ends up, sounds like a strange thing, but where food ends up in the right place at the right time, where water, foam, drip torch fuel, have we got the right appliances? Do we need more? Do we need additional resources, or can we move resources somewhere else that needs it more? So it's a strategic, in that sense, it's quite a strategic role in that it's probably sitting above just looking at the firefighting operation itself, which is why on that particular day we appointed a divisional operational officer to make sure there was also strong oversight of the actual operation on the ground.
And that was Mr. Burley?
That's correct.
And had you worked with Mr. Burley before?
We had been working together and having conversations in the IMT about various parts of the fire, but we hadn't worked significantly together before.
So in terms of on-the-ground interactions in the context of fighting a fire, you'd not worked with Mr. Burley previously?
No.
And in his role as operations, what does that entail?
So Craig's role on the day was really very much about monitoring, understanding and coordinating the operational components. So the actual lighting of the backburn, the progress of it, understanding where the burning had got to, providing reports back to myself, and making sure resources were appropriate, and if further resources were needed or other resources were needed, to ask for them, and really to retain that coordinated firefighting effort on the actual fire ground itself.
Now, I'd like to just take you to the plan itself. Can I ask you please to turn up your third statement, Mr. Carter, in volume 13, and go to page 4064. Is that the relevant plan that was to be implemented?
It appears correct, yep.
All right. Now, did you have any involvement in the preparation of this document?
No.
Who, to your understanding, would have prepared this?
The IAP for each day is produced within the planning team of the IMT.
Shirley James, does that ring a bell?
I don't recall, but I would take the name on it as correct.
Now, the operational period is from 8 o'clock in the morning on the 14th through to 8 o'clock at night on that same day.
Yep.
You've got Bell Division, east of Bell and west of Mount Irvine, Blue Mountains Local Government Area. That's the relevant location. Now, in terms of sectors, how many sectors were there to be in relation to the Mount Wilson backburn?
So the two sectors that we stood up, if you like, on the 14th in terms of that operation were October sector and Dalpura sector.
And if we just deal with the Dalpura sector first, was that the sector along the Bells Line of Road?
Correct.
And that was to ignite, moving in a westerly direction?
Correct.
Along the edge of the Bells Line of Road?
Yes.
And how many strike teams or units were within that sector, Mr. Carter?
I'd need to refer to a previous statement. I think it might be in my first statement. I'm sorry, so much has passed in terms of resources. I'm not sure I'll find it in a statement in good time, but I believe there would have been 2 strike teams made available to Dalpura sector, probably a Hawkesbury, 2 Hawkesbury strike teams and potentially a 3rd fire and rescue strike team.
And in relation to the October sector, again, how many strike teams or units?
It was a single strike team made up of local brigades for that sector.
And Elizabeth Rains, was she the sector leader for October sector?
Correct.
Initially, before it was divided?
Yes, correct.
And who was the sector leader for Dalpura?
Greg Honeysett, the captain of Bell Brigade.
So he's got local knowledge, and Ms. Rains also has local knowledge, correct? Now, what was Mr. Burley's role? You've explained some of that already. Was he to move around?
Yes, and that's one of the restrictions as divisional commander. Because you're operating and dealing with lots of issues, you tend to remain in a static location. So I was stationed at the corner of Bells Line Road and Mount Wilson Road, whereas Craig, as the operations officer, had the freedom to move around and observe activities and fire behaviour and weather and make calls around resources, etc. So he could rove, if you like, and ascertain things that were happening on the fire ground by seeing it.
And if I just ask you to move forward in the bundle to page 4069, please, Mr. Carter. Does that fairly depict where the backburn was to be put in?
Yes, it does.
And the junction point is at the foot of what could be termed a V or a U, and that is the intersection of Mount Wilson Road and Bells Line of Road.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the topography or the terrain between that junction, either heading west towards Bell or north to Mount Wilson, did that create in itself any impediments or difficulties for a strategic backburn?
Not in my view. At this particular, for most of the area involved here, the road actually sits at a high point. So where you are backburning, you're actually backburning downhill directly off the road, which is quite favourable.
And why is that for the uninitiated?
Fire behaviour is much less intense when it's moving downhill as opposed to uphill. And often when you first light and put fire on the ground, you get quite an intense amount of fire as the fire initialises, and then once it moves away from that, it will often settle down. And what we ended up with, which I was very happy with, was really quite nice lines of fire of quite low intensity moving away from the road slowly downhill, particularly during the first hour or two of the operation. In terms of topography, moving west from Bells Line Road, for quite some time, there's a general level part of road geometry, slightly downhill, and then as you got towards Flagstaff Hill, it started to rise.
Were you present during the opening? And did you see on the
Yes.
screen a cross section of elevation?
Yes, I believe that cross section will be in one of my statements as well. And that was to demonstrate that there was a general either level to downhill run on Mount Wilson Road from Bells Line Road as you move to the northeast, So in effect, we were burning along level ground and then slightly falling ground as we moved north. And there was a low point along Mount Wilson Road about 3.5 kilometres in. So the intention was to have Beth's crew move and burn downhill towards that point, bring the strike teams in, the swing teams in to continue that burning, and then
Around midday, 1 o'clock.
something like that, yeah, when they were due in. And then those local resources could go up into the high point, which is higher again, at Mount Wilson, and to start to bring that downhill towards the low point. So the idea would be that we'd burn downhill from both ends to a low point around about 3.5 kilometres in.
Now, in terms of the ignition plan, was it going to be spot ignition?
Yes.
And why was it going to be spot ignition?
So fire will achieve its maximum rate of spread and intensity when you get approximately 100 metre line of fire. So whenever you start to put continuous lines of fire in the landscape, they tend to rapidly increase in intensity and reach a maximum rate of spread and a maximum intensity. That's, in these conditions, not particularly desirable. So by using spot ignition, what you do is you're actually reducing the overall intensity of the ignition pattern so that you're actually introducing fire in a far more gentle, low intensity way. And then those spots just gently coalesce before forming a line and moving then generally away from the road.
What was the interval that you were looking at for the spots?
I left the spacing between spots to the sector leaders. I believe that they have the expertise and the knowledge to make the decision about the appropriate use of spots and the spacing between spots according to local conditions. And there's a lot of variables to that, whether how much fuel there actually is, where they're lighting, is it strictly downhill? Is there a little bit of an uphill? What sort of things are happening there will dictate. And that's a very local decision to make about the spacing of the spots.
Now, was there a briefing on the morning of the 14th of December?
Yes, there was.
And was that held at the Bilpin Memorial Hall?
Yes, it was.
And did you conduct the briefing?
I did.
And who was present? I don't expect you to identify each and every individual, but in terms of groups of people, who was present?
So all the crews that were to be involved in the initial lighting of the backburn were present, including the 2 sector leaders and divisional operations were all present at that briefing.
Was there a particular reason why it was held at Bilpin Memorial Hall and not at the Mount Wilson fire shed?
I think there was a couple of reasons why that was desirable. One, the time required to get crews all the way into Mount Wilson for the briefing and then to bring them back out to Bellsliner Road to start the work would have meant either a much earlier start or a later commencement of burning, which we obviously wanted to start as early as we possibly could. So crews were coming essentially from the Hawkesbury and from the Blue Mountains, and it was a central location that was convenient to getting crews on the ground so that we could set up and commence the backburn at the time that we wanted to.
Now, in terms of any test burn, was one conducted?
Yes, it was.
And about what time was that conducted?
My recollection is that would have been just before 10 o'clock, well, 9:48.
And what was the flame height as a result of that test burn?
Between under 0.5 metre.
And what does that tell you?
It tells me that conditions are suitable for burning at that particular point in time. The encouraging thing was, so you're not just looking at flame height, you're looking at consumption of fuel as well. So the encouraging thing for me was that the burn was burning all the ground fuel, wasn't leaving patches of unburnt fuel on the ground. It was removing some of the shrub layer, which was also desirable. But it tells me that this is a burn that is going to do the job we want it to do and is manageable and is safe.
Did you seek approval to commence the strategic backburn from the incident controller within the Hawkesbury IMT?
Did.
Ms. Hodges?
Did.
And you got that approval, clearly?
I did, yes.
And at that time, what, if any, aerial assets were present or likely to be present?
There were no aerial assets at that particular time, no.
And is that good or bad practice?
In my experience, it's not necessary to have aerial assets present at the time of the ignition of a backburn, particularly under the weather conditions and the fire behaviour that had been exhibited during the test burn. There was nothing to suggest that aerial support would be required or necessary, and I was very comfortable that the burn could proceed at that point in time without air support. It was not dissimilar to a prescribed burn or any other backburn lit under similar circumstances where we would often do that without air support.
Now, in circumstances where you've got two lines, you've got the Bells line of road and the Mount Wilson road with two backburns to be commenced, what are you trying to achieve in terms of the progression of the backburn? Do you want them to be going in at the same rate, or do you want one ahead or one behind?
It's very circumstantial about the specific area. I was comfortable with the rates of progression once we slowed Dalpura down.
Just pausing there, about what time did you, and if you need to refer to your logbook, please do, Mr. Carter, but did you sense that there was a need to slow down the progression of the Dalpura sector burn? Yes.
I wasn't overly concerned about it, but I was aware that we didn't want that burn to go too far without the Mount Wilson burn progressing. At the time that we asked Dalpura sector to slow down and for a while stop, I wasn't concerned that it had gone too far. My chief concern was that if they kept going at that pace, it could end up that way.
And what was the concern? Was it because of the effects of terrain on the progression of that burn, or other factors?
Well, I think I would have been far more comfortable to have some depth on Mount Wilson Road before we introduced too much fire directly to the west of Mount Wilson Road. I guess it's a cautious approach, which is designed to make sure that if you can anticipate something that may go wrong, you're dealing with it and addressing it. The fire behaviour on Dalpura sector was certainly more intense than on Mount Wilson Road, but what was clear was that most of that, and indeed from the reports from the air attack supervisor, was that the initial ignition was quite intense, after which it would settle down and move away from the road in a less intense fashion. And I was okay with that, but what I didn't want was to have so much fire in the western part of that, because if you, for some reason, needed to stop on Mount Wilson Road, if something went wrong, a person got injured, a tree came across the road, or something like that caused you to actually have to cease operations on Mount Wilson Road, you ended up with a significant amount of fire to the west of Mount Wilson Road. So there was a desire to keep them in step from that perspective. And with the weather forecast, well, we had a weather forecast, and I wasn't concerned that fire from Mount Wilson Road was suddenly going to take a huge run towards Mount Wilson Road and overcome it.
Do you recall October sector saying to you that they didn't want to be outflanked by the Dalpura sector?
I don't recall it, but I know it is in the log. So absolutely, I would say that happened.
Is that concept of being outflanked consistent with what you've just described?
Yeah.
Now, was the windiness of the Mount Wilson Road and the various switchbacks a reason for why that burn was perhaps slower or
yes.
less intense
Yes.
than what was happening along the Bells line of road?
I believe so, and I also believe that the intensity of the burn going in wasn't as intense as what it was on Bells Line of Road, so progress was slower to try and get some depth off Mount Wilson Road and make sure that it was an effective burn.
Now, by about 11 o'clock or thereabouts, so about an hour or so after the burns commenced, you've got communications with the air attack supervisor, Mr. Banfi.
Yes.
What's his role as the air attack supervisor, so far as you understand it?
Well, the role of an air attack supervisor is essentially to coordinate the movement and activities of aircraft above a fireground. That's the primary role. A really useful part of what they can do as a platform in the air, though, is provide sound intelligence and good intelligence to ground crews about the locations of things and where things are up to and what they're seeing that you may not be able to see from the fireground. So they're the two key activities.
And were you, at this point in time, an hour in or thereabouts, did you need to deploy any aerial assets for bucketing or anything like that, or not?
I don't believe that there was a need for aerial support over and above what was already in place at that point in time.
You've recorded in your log at about 11:39, and if you need to go to the log, please do, Mr. Cardy, but you've recorded AAE. Is that Air Attack East?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Was that Mr. Bamfy?
Yes, it was.
And you've recorded AAE progressing Mount Wilson good right pace.
Yep.
Is that a communication you've received from Mr. Bamfy?
Yes, it is.
So at that time, so far as Mr. Bamfy is concerned, things are looking okay.
Yes.
Now, at 11:59 in your log, and have you got those in front of you, Mr. Carter? Yes. You've recorded October sector, almost to high voltage line, Mount Wilson Road, fire quite volatile, settled down. Now, what were you seeking to record there?
But that was the notation that as the ignition was occurring, the fire was quite volatile. But as those spots joined up and things got themselves organised, the fire intensity would reduce as it moved away from the road.
And throughout the course of the day, were you always in the communications van on the intersection of Fells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road?
I wasn't in the van, but I was at that location.
At that location. And Mr. Burley, as you said, was moving around depending on what he thought was appropriate at a given point in time.
Yes.
Now, at 12 o'clock, you've recorded the Hill Strike team was moved to the corner of the Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road. Do you know why they were put down to that corner?
So the swing shifts, as part of their joining instructions or briefing, I believe, had been to come to Bilpin Community Hall as the staging area, and that would have been a correction to have them come to the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bells Line of Road for briefing.
So that, because they missed the early briefing at the 8 o'clock briefing.
Yes.
Now, just explain again for the uninitiated, what's a swing crew?
So a swing shift
or a swing shift?
Swing shift is a group of resources that comes in essentially halfway through a day shift. So we tend to operate as 12-hour shifts, often from 8 in the morning to 8 at night. And a swing shift would actually come in somewhere around about that midday and be able to work through to around about midnight. And what it does is it provides a boost in resources during what is often the critical part of the day, the afternoon, where the fire behaviour would generally be worse or more significant. And also resources that can work into the night to make sure things remain the way they should once the day crews have left the fireground. And they also then are able to have some fireground knowledge more so than the incoming night crews. So it provides for, if you like, contingency of knowledge and activity as shift changes go on around the fireground.
When the swing shifts arrived at around midday or thereabouts, did you lose any other crews, or did that just increase your resources?
Increase the resource.
Now, at about 12:30, did you request the Dalpura sector to stop their operations or not?
Sorry, what time?
I'll try and pick it up, but at some point, did you ask Dalpura to stop?
I did, yes.
And if you need to look at your log, if it's recorded, I rather thought it was. Do you know what time of the day that was and why?
I would have asked them to, so I asked them to slow down, as I understand it, at around about 11:30.
11:30. I may have misled you.
And at some point in time, which I can't put my finger on straight away, but they did stop for a period of time as well.
And do you know now, Mr. Carter, why you asked them to stop or slow down? Was it because they were getting a bit ahead of where Mount Wilson ought to have been?
Yeah, I think it was about coordinating the amount of fire on the fire ground and making sure that we weren't introducing so much fire to the west of Mount Wilson Road that if something had gone wrong, it would have caused problems.
Now, do you remember whether there was a shift in the weather for good or not?
Absolutely.
And about what time was that?
The weather started to turn, so I think, and I might refer to my other statement, which actually has a log of the fireground weather observations.
The second statement?
I think it will be. I've got so many folders here, I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
We'll take the blame for that. You've got 3 statements in 3 different places.
Yeah, look, that's okay. There's a lot of material. So it's obviously standard practice to collect weather data on the fire ground, and we do that using a handheld Kestrel device, which you hang in the shade in a tree somewhere so that it can be as accurate as possible. Where things really started to change was between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. So I think at 1300 or at 1 o'clock, we were a little bit outside the forecast conditions, and the weather had started to, or the wind had started to back around to the southwest, and that was probably the beginning of the departure from the forecast conditions. So by 1400 or 2 o'clock, we were in fire weather, which was really not what we would have liked to have had.
And physically, what did that do to the intensity or the behaviour or both or progression of the backburn?
So there was a corresponding increase in fire activity as that weather changed. So we would have started to see increased flame heights, increased rates of spread, increased potential for spotting, and everything starting to look more active. So a more significant smoke plume, et cetera, et cetera. So a general increase in fire behaviour is what you would expect.
What, if anything, did you do in response to that change in weather?
So it was I think it was around this time that we knew that, and Divisional Operations Officer had mentioned this as well, was that...
That's Mr. Burley.
That's Mr. Burley. That as the fire was progressing off Mount Wilson Road, it had actually gone in and had started to travel around, and try and make the language as clear as possible, but it started to travel to the north underneath where the crews were burning. So you ended up with a potential situation where you had fire in the gully below the road with unburnt fuel between where the backburn now was and the road itself.
And that we're talking is an upslope.
Yes, which is
good.
Not a situation that we want to be in. So my instructions to the Hill Strike team were that as they came in, if they observed that happening, that they would light in a way to stay ahead of the fire. So that may have necessitated an increase in lighting frequency or intensity in order for the crews to stay ahead of where the fire was actually down below them. In most other areas, my response to that was, well, let's not introduce any more fire into the landscape than we absolutely have to right now. We might have to ride an hour or two of bad weather out. So let's not introduce any more fire into the landscape. At around about that 13:30, 1400 time, the Hill Strike team had taken over from Beth, and she had taken her strike team into...
Mr. Ellison, or was that... Who took over from Beth, reins?
I'm struggling to recall that. It is possible that Mr. Ellison was made the sector leader for a short time until the Hills Strike Team leader turned up. I don't recall specifically undertaking that change formally. My concern was that that area wasn't left with nobody watching it.
Was it your decision to split the October
Was it?
to a north and a south?
It was an agreed decision between Beth Rains and myself.
And was the intention was Ms Rains was then to become in effect the leader of October North sector, and was she going to concentrate on that northern area closer to the township of Mount Wilson? And was she going to then burn down slope?
That's correct. So we got to the point where Beth was comfortable that the trickiest part of Mount Wilson Road had been taken care of, and she was comfortable to hand that over to an incoming swing shift and take her strike team into the Mount Wilson township itself and start burning and bringing that towards the south on the downhill run.
Mr. Carter, you recorded in your log, and if you need to turn it up, please do. At 1:24, so around about that 13:30 hour mark, you've recorded Dalpura recommencing lighting up. Now, I'm just taking you to that because a moment ago you said you didn't want to introduce any more fire into the environment, but it seems that at around that time you have. On reflection, should you have ceased all spot ignition after that change of weather around 1 p.m. or thereabouts?
At the time, I was obviously not uncomfortable with Bells Liner Road continuing lighting. And I believe that at 13:49, I reiterated to Dalpura sector that there was no rush. They could continue to light as long as they were staying ahead of the burn that had been introduced into the landscape. And I suspect that what I was saying there was, if there is fire that's flanking out and heading further west, if you need to light along Bells Liner Road to stay in front of it, then you may do so.
Now, you've mentioned you've had discussions with Beth Rains, and she raised, as part of those discussions, correct me if I'm wrong, concerns about the backburn up and onto Mount Wilson by a series of steep switchbacks, zigzags. Do you remember that being raised with you?
You're referring to the containment line from the Mount Wilson village itself down to the south? Yes.
And as you've already said in your evidence, as a result of that, it was agreed that a strike team would be taken onto Mount Wilson, which is October North.
Yep.
To start another anchor point around Esme's Lookout. Does that accord with your recollection?
I understood it to be Defoe's Lookout as the starting point for that.
Right. Not Esme's Lookout north of Defoe's Rocks Road?
No, I recall it as being Defoe's Lookout.
Is that further north or south of Defoe's Rock Lookout?
Esme's Lookout. I actually don't know where Esme's Lookout is. First I've heard of Esme's Lookout.
Now, at 1:54 p.m. or 13:54, so nearly 1400 hours, you've recorded in your logbook Dalpura very active fire in Crowning, but on edges very small. Now, did that cause you some concern that you've now got some crowning occurring on that Bells line of road as part of the Dalpura sector?
I think it's an indication that the fire behaviour is reflecting the new fire, the fire weather that we're experiencing. And yes, it would cause any divisional commander concern to hear that.
By this stage, and if you need to refer to your statements or logbook, please do so. Had you given a direction that there be no more fire introduced, either on the Bells line of road or Mount Wilson Road?
I believe I gave the direction to cease all lighting at 8 minutes past 2 at 14:08. And I believe I had tried to be in contact with October North leader, or got in contact with October North leader, requesting that they didn't put any more fire on the ground at 3 minutes past 2. So certainly in my mind by then we're at a point in time where I was reluctant to introduce any more significant fire into the landscape.
When you made that decision a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon to cease all ignition, did you have a concern that you might lose control of the backburn at that time?
To be honest, yes, I did. And I think, and I'm not sure whether it's in my logs, but at that point in time, I was considering and understanding what resources I had available to move around if needed to be. So if further resources were needed on Mount Wilson Road or within Mount Wilson Township itself. So I was starting to contemplate what the right steps would be to take in the event that we lost containment.
And did you activate those thought processes in terms of either escalating your concerns to the IMT or calling in additional resources, aerial or otherwise?
Yes. So I would have definitely spoken with the incident controller about those concerns, and I believe I started to coordinate some resources on the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bellsliner Road, ready to be deployed where they might best be placed.
Did you have at this time any aircraft in the air that could assist with retardant drops or bucketing? We
had 3 medium rotary aircraft working to reduce the intensity of the fire. At 2:20, we also requested a gel run from the large air tanker to help reduce the intensity of the fire. So that request was sent through to the IMT and the air operations officer to coordinate.
And was there any difficulty getting aerial assets over that area around Mount Wilson's Road at that time that you've realised that it might be taking a turn for the worst?
Yeah, there was some difficulty getting a LAT or a large air tanker on the fire ground as the LAT was currently working on property protection in the Wallandilly area, I believe, where there was an imminent threat of impact onto properties. So we couldn't get access to the large air tanker straight away, but the request was in and it was in the line to be actioned as needed, or when it could be actioned.
Now, just trying to orientate yourself to some decision making. So you've made the direction to cease lighting. Was that decision made before or after you had a conversation with Mr. Banfi?
I had a number of contacts with.
I mean, on the ground.
After.
So you've made the.
Yep, would have been after, yes.
So prior to making a direction to cease lighting, you've had a face-to-face conversation with the air attack supervisor, Mr. Banfi?
Yes.
Now, just coming to that, if I may, do you have a recollection about what time that may have been? If it was before 2:08 p.m. when you've directed to cease lighting?
I don't have a formal record of when that occurred, but it would have been before 2:08 in my view.
And firstly, what sort of aircraft was Mr. Banfi in, to your understanding?
He was in a rotary aircraft. I'm not sure of what it was, but it was, I believe, Firebird 287.
A helicopter or something?
Helicopter, yes.
Now, was he with anyone? Was he the pilot or just the air attack supervisor and there was a bird dog pilot?
So he was the air attack supervisor, but there was also the pilot actually flying the aircraft.
And did this rotary craft, this helicopter, land on the Bellsliner Road?
It landed in a clearing just off Bellsliner Road to the west of the junction with Mount Wilson Road.
I'm informed that Mr. Banfi was in an A1 Squirrel, which is a 5-person helicopter. Does that accord with your understanding of the type of aircraft he was in?
I'll be honest, wasn't really looking at the type of aircraft that were flying around. We are more concerned with the size of the aircraft and its capacity. So whether it's a Firebird, which is a light aircraft, or a heli-tac, which is a medium aircraft, or a heavy. So I'm not familiar with the actual aircraft.
And do you know why he's landed the helicopter to seek you out?
My impression was that he landed the aircraft to talk to Craig Burley and myself to make sure that we all had a common understanding of what was happening on the fire ground, which aligned. Our views, from my recollection, appeared to be aligned, and there was nothing significant or nothing that presented itself as alarming or particularly noteworthy from my recollection of that face-to-face meeting.
You've read Mr. Banfi's statement. You've replied to it in writing in your third statement. In paragraph 18 of his statement, he says this, Mr. Carter, I formed the view that the erratic conditions and poor light pattern, overlighting of the Bells line of road, posed an immediate threat, and therefore made the decision to land my aircraft in order to brief Mr. Burley and Mr. Carter in person. Given my concerns, I decided it was imperative to speak to Mr. Burley and Mr. Carter in person rather than via radio, to ensure that nothing got lost in translation and to show them on a map where the pressure points were and likely scenarios that would play out. He then goes on to say, after landing, I immediately spoke to Mr. Burley and Mr. Carter to further explain the situation to them from my observations, including the fire progression and where I thought further possible issues could arise. Now, does that accord with your recollection of his concerns or not?
In simple terms, yes. My recollection is that when we had the conversation, there was strong agreement between Mr. Banfi, Mr. Burley and myself about the locations of the fire, where the fire was at, what it was doing, the fire behaviour that was being exhibited, and that the strategy, which had been really to make sure that the Mount Wilson Road burn could keep going, was the thing that we needed to do. I find it very hard, without knowing the exact time of that meeting, where it sits in the sequence of events of the day, but I don't recall there being Craig or myself having or sharing any immediate concerns or significant concerns at the time that meeting was undertaken. But I do recall there being agreement amongst the three of us about where the fire was up to in terms of its physical location and what needed to happen.
Did you find it surprising that the air attack supervisor has sought you out on the ground, so to speak?
Look, it happens from time to time. I think that it's often good to have a face-to-face conversation and make sure that we all are on the same page and have the same understanding of where things are at. It's not uncommon for that to occur. As I said, the thing I took away from that was that we were all on the same page about where things were up to and what needed to happen from that point on. I don't believe that Craig or myself or Mr. Burley or myself would have left that meeting had he expressed anything that caused us any concern and not logged it or not taken action as a result of it.
Did you make a note in your log of that interaction face-to-face with Mr. Banfi?
I did not.
Can you explain today why you didn't?
Because it didn't seem a significant enough event to be recorded in the log. And by way of explanation, what I need to say is that my log was being kept by the comms van, which was located at the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bells line of road. I wasn't physically writing the log myself, and I think at that.
Scribe.
So there was just two scribes which were swapping over, and
that's not unusual.
Not unusual, no.
In the role that you're performing as the divisional commander.
No, and they will often note things that occur over the radio, which they deem important. and I will make sure that the things that I consider to be important and significant are included in the log. So I don't think a log is ever a complete recollection of every conversation and every interaction and every observation. It tends to be a collection of the ones that stand out as being significant and important.
Mr. Carter, would it be fair to say that when you had that face-to-face interaction with Mr. Banfi, that Mr. Banfi did not tell you anything that you didn't already know from communications you'd received either from him in the air or from other ground crews?
I'd say that's correct, yes.
Now, I want to come now to the spotting. Is it your recollection that that occurred at around 2:40 p.m?
Correct.
And do you have a theory as to how the spotting, that is to the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, came about?
Yes, I do.
And what's your theory in relation to that?
My theory in relation to that, which is based on my own observations, the observations of Mr. Burley and reconstruction work that I've done myself as an accredited fire behaviour analyst, is that the spot over came from probably a terrain-driven effect where the backburn along Mount Wilson Road had progressed off the road down into the gully, had found either the gully floor or a slight ridge on the other side of that gully, and had, on the impact of the southwesterly wind, burned northward more rapidly than the backburn had proceeded, came back down across the gully and ran upslope towards Mount Wilson Road, and with that intense burning behaviour that you get on an upslope run through embers over Mount Wilson Road.
How did you come to learn of the spotting to the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road?
I believe that I was advised of that from the Divisional Operations Officer.
Mr. Burley?
Correct.
And do you know whether he was informed by October Sector South Leader? Or if you don't know, please say so.
I don't know.
And prior to being informed of the spot over to the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, how would you describe the fire ground and the conditions at that point in time, just prior to the spot over?
This was where the weather was probably at its peak departure from the forecast. So we had relative humidities down around about 15%, which was significantly lower than forecast. And the wind direction was from the southwest, and at ground level, gusting up to 15 kilometres per hour, which in terms of equivalence to forecast is more like 30 to 40 kilometres per hour, as observations are taken at ground level and forecasts are generated at a 10-metre wind height. So they were conditions that were not forecast and conducive to intense fire behaviour.
And once you're notified of the spot over, is it fair to say that at that point in time, you've lost control of the backburn?
I think we retained hope that we would be able to contain the spots. I believe, and was reported to me by the Divisional Operations Officer, that the vegetation was so thick in that area that crews could not access the spots. And despite the crews making every effort they possibly could to get to it, it became clear, I think, quite quickly that we were not going to be able to contain those spots.
In that scenario, what did you then decide to do?
So my role as a divisional commander then is to really be thinking ahead about what could happen and what do we need to do in response to this. So,
are you now in a defensive strategy, or about to enter a defensive strategy?
Not quite. We're definitely starting to transition, but so it was making sure that we had all the aircraft we had available, accessing it and working on it if we could, and also I would have definitely contacted the IMT and try to figure out where the large aircraft was up to in terms of its availability. But ultimately, in the absence or the realisation that those strategies were unlikely to work, I was now moving resources into the Mount Wilson Township to prepare for a defensive strategy.
which was life and property protection.
Yep.
And at what time, and again, if you need to look at your log, did you make that decision to move resources into the township around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine?
According to the log, it says 1451 that I started moving teams into Mount Wilson. My recollection is that I believe that I had made the decision, as I mentioned earlier, to make resources available to do that if required. So initially, the request was to Craig, do you need more resources? He said, look, there's not much we can do with more resources. So those resources were then deployed into Mount Wilson Township.
Did you get, in terms of the aerial resources that you were calling for, did you get some of what you asked for?
So I believe another 2 medium aircraft came on scene.
Did you get a large air tanker in or not?
We did. The large aircraft at that time was refuelling, I believe, at about 14:54 in Richmond, I was advised, and that we would be the next deployment for that aircraft.
I'll just ask the witness be provided with volume 2. Thank you, officer. Volume 2, it's only one tab, tab 11, and page 321 for those following. Mr. Carter, you'll see at page 321, if you could turn that up in due course. You see a situation report.
Correct? Got it? Yep.
It's SITREP number 410. It's for 14 December 2019 and it's at 14:49, so 2:49, so just after the spot over. Yep. You'll see under that section heading comments it says Bell Division spot fire activity on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road. Fire is running to the north and Mount Wilson is under imminent threat. Ground crews are preparing for property protection. Multiple large air tanker drops ordered to slow fire spread. And then if you move through to page 323, the warning level is at A9. In circumstances where Mount Wilson is under imminent threat, why wasn't the warning level an emergency warning 5 at the very least at that point in time?
I would probably not concur with the notion that Mount Wilson was under imminent threat at that particular point in time. I think we all understood there was a period of time required for fire to reach Mount Wilson itself. In fact, when I asked the air attack supervisor his estimation of when it might arrive in Mount Wilson, he said approximately 2 hours. And I believe that at this particular point in time, I think I probably made a request to the IMT to raise the alert level to watch and act.
You then move back into the... It might take you to page 199. In the same bundle. And I'd ask you to assume, please, Mr. Carter, that you're looking at a page contained within the factual investigation into the Gospers Mountain fire impact on Mount Wilson and Bilpin of 14 December 2019. Do you see at 1525? Bell Division Commander reported a problem relating to fire spread on the western side of Mount Wilson Road. A recommendation received from the Public Liaison Officer regarding fire alert level and a potential increase to watch and act. Further information was required for the increase to occur. Now, does that accord with what you just said a moment ago?
I believe so. Obviously, an hour or what's that, 45 minutes or so had passed between the spot over and that request. which would have been taken up with me ensuring that all the adequate resources I could get into Mount Wilson were there, as well as the aircraft, the large aircraft was being requested.
And then if you go to the next page, Mr Carter, 200 in the same document, you'll see 15:49, so 3:49 p.m. Bell Division requested an increase of alert level to emergency warning with the message to reach shelter as the fire impacts. Is that your emergency warning E5?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why, based on the two documents I'm just taking you to, it took about 20 minutes for that to occur?
No, I don't.
And again, if I can just ask you please to go back into to the back of the same bundle, this time to page 316. And if you don't know the answer to this question, please say so, I don't want you guessing. You've seen another situation report for 1606 hours?
Correct.
Again, it's SITREP report number 411. And comments, Bell Division, backburning has commenced at the junction of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road. Bell's Line of Road is closed. And then if you go to the page 3 of the report to page 318 of the brief, you see that at 1606 there's an emergency warning level 5. But the problem is it's not for Mount Wilson or Mount Irvine. So if you go down to the bottom, it's for Central Colo and Lower Portland, Mountain Lagoon, Bilpin, Boree, Little Boree, Walgan Valley and Lidsdale.
I can see that.
Obviously, you want the emergency warning 5 to go to the right place, which is Mount Wilson. Do you know why that was issued incorrectly?
I do not know.
Then, if I ask you then to go backwards to page 311, another situation report number 412 at 1639. Again, comments, Bell Division spot fire activity on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road. Fire is running to the north of Mount Wilson, is under imminent threat. It seems to be the same language that was used in the 249 SITREP. And then if you go, please, Mr Carter, to page 313, you'll see there, warning level, emergency warning 5. And then if you go to the foot of the page, it's for Mount Wilson, Mount Tamar and Mount Irvine. Is that when it would have gone out at around 1639?
I couldn't definitively say. This process, once the emergency warning has been agreed on, is administered by state operations, where the emergency warning is issued from. And to be honest, I couldn't tell you the exact timing of when those warnings were issued and received on the fire ground, as I was focused on other issues.
Would you agree with me that in circumstances where a controlled backburn has become out of control and where life and property could be at imminent threat, it's important that any emergency alert is circulated or distributed to the community in a timely manner?
I would agree with that.
And did you remain at the junction of the Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road throughout the course of the early evening and into the night?
I did.
And were any properties lost in the course of the afternoon and evening of the 14th of December?
I believe I received a report of damage to one property, but I had no details as to the extent of the damage or where that property was.
And the following day, the 15th of December, was it still a defensive strategy or did it change slightly?
I can't speak in detail about the 15th as I was not the divisional commander on the 15th of December. But as I understand it, attempts were being made to continue offensive strategies in the form of parallel or indirect attack, which changed in the afternoon towards a more defensive strategy.
Did the fire end up taking a hold in the Bowen Creek Basin?
Yes, it did.
And was that problematic?
Yes.
And why was that?
Problematic because of the for several reasons. One, because of the fuel load in there. It was,
And that's the fuel load that's perhaps 25 years
yeah, so it's,
untouched by flame.
and it's what, as a fire behaviour analyst, we would call a maximum fuel load. It's really the maximum that type of terrain, landscape and vegetation can hold. And that means that it also had a significant mid-story shrub layer, which acts as a ladder fuel for fires to be able to become crowning fires a lot easier. And it also then exposed the Bells Line of Road to impact, because there was very few containment options between that head of that creek system and Bells Line of Road.
By that, do you mean going south?
Yeah,
Over Bells Line of Road?
and that's exactly the major concern there, is that the fire then crosses Bells Line of Road.
Even though it's a hard containment line?
Yeah, so the geometry of Bells Line of Road and the ups and downs and the twists and the turns and the cuttings and the vegetation type and the what we call the draws, the gullies that lead up into the road, are very, very conducive to fire hardly recognising that Bells Line of Road is even there on a bad day. So essentially trying to stop fire crossing Bells Line of Road once it's in that area is very, very difficult given the terrain and the topography and the geometry of the road.
And once it took hold in that Bowen Creek Basin, it continued to take a run until about the 21st of December or thereabouts?
In various places, yes. So particularly on the south side of Bells Line of Road and to the north as well.
Have you, as part of the preparation of your evidence, done a reconstruction to see whether or not the Gospers Mountain fire merged or in some way coalesced with the Grace Valley fire?
It most certainly did. So the main...
there. And why did you undertake that exercise?
I think so from my perspective, particularly as part of my training as a fire behaviour analyst, one of the things that we do is we validate the work that we do, and we review and we reflect on the work that we do, and we understand what worked and what didn't and what happened, because that's learning. That helps us understand and make better decisions or different decisions or more informed or educated decisions in the future. So I actually spent a lot of time reanalysing and going through and reconstructing work or things that had happened on that fire ground. And a part of doing that, one of the things that I wanted to really assure myself of was that those natural containment lines didn't work. And they didn't. So, we know that the fire crossed Bunglebury Creek on, around about the 14th or 15th of December. And from line scans on the 19th of December, we know that the backburn that we implemented met the main fire just really in between Bunglebury Creek and the Bells Line of Road. So the main fire had actually progressed significantly southwards by then, and the main fire and the backburn met overnight on the 19th of December.
Yeah, you spoke about undertaking a review to see if there's any learnings. Reflecting now as to what unfolded on the 14th of December 2019 and the decision making in relation to the planning and execution of the Mount Wilson backburn, what learnings, if any, have you identified?
I've had many sleepless nights over this, and there's very, very little that I can point to and say I wish we'd done, or I think we could have done things differently or better, particularly around this particular area. I find it hard to understand what alternatives we could have implemented or how we could have made decisions differently, and how we could have prevented the crossing of Mount Wilson Road. And I guess the reflective work that I did, more than anything reassured me that we made the best decisions that we could in a really complex, difficult enormous operation. And so I find myself really struggling to answer that question in any substantive way.
Could it be said that when confronted with a strategic option in mid-December, you were damned if you did and damned if you didn't?
Potentially, yes. I think, I guess my preference would be that we implement a strategy, as I believe is our duty, to try and protect life and property, and to do it to the best of our ability, and to make sound decisions, and to do it with the available knowledge and the circumstances that are in place at the time. I stand by making those decisions and taking that action, as opposed to not doing anything and trying to rely on an uncontrolled outcome and a response-only strategy, which I believe ultimately would have exposed far more areas to fire impact. Our strategy stopped areas like East Currawong, Tennyson, Blackslands Ridge being impacted by fire. It stopped areas to the west of the fireground being impacted by fire, to the east of the fireground being impacted by fire. And if we had not adopted the approach that we took and continued to take consistently across the fireground, we'd probably be having a different conversation here today in terms of property loss and potentially life loss.
All right, I see the time. I think I'm done, but I'll know at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning if I am.
Thank you.
No promises, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn and resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.